Alright gamers, how we doing? Good to see all of you. Yeah, apologies for the weird stream schedule right now. I had to, it's awkward being an AM streamer, because, like, yeah, Kevin, you haven't said anything today, but as soon as I start talking in chat, you speak up, huh? That's how this goes? Okay. I stream the same exact hours as my bank is open, same days as well, so I have to, like, I have to plan around that, and my bank isn't very good between you and me. So I often need to go do the thing, and yeah, it's awkward. Anyway. Hope you guys are doing great. Itsukata, good to see you. David, Colton, Foster, Tron, Stump, thank you so much for the 11 months, I appreciate it. Shadow, how are you? Oh, also, OBS is, eating all my frames right now, too. That's cool. That's cool. It's an interesting day.
Wonder Quag. Let's wander through the Wonderlands and enjoy the wonders our wandering reveals. Quag hype, Quag pride, qua.
Thank you so much, Stump. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. So, I've been playing a bit off stream. The character that we did the playthrough on, live on stream, is now Chaos 20. I'm settled into the Berserker Graveborn life the Brr-Reaver status, if you will. So I'm buffering 8 frame drops. Yeah, OBS just kind of does it. It's not even my connection. It's been doing this for weeks. Nothing I can do about it. About a month now, actually. Oh well. Anyway. Berserker Graveborn is very fun. Now, Graveborn is, unfortunately, a bit buggy. So I'm going to have to keep an eye out on what exactly is happening in gameplay. Run as admin. I always do, Shadow. I'm not new to this. How's it going, Victor? It's good to see you. Graveborn's a little bit buggy. So the global damage skill based on pets likes to not turn off. Also, it's split between two things. Dark Hydra stacks up in a weird way. So, just as a quick PSA before we start playing, if you are playing one of the pet companion based classes, keep an eye out on your rooms as you go through a Chaos Chamber. If something weird is happening at the start of a room, it's a good indicator that you might have one of these bugs. For example, if you have a bunch of phantom mushroom companions floating in the sky, the bug is affecting you. If you have a lot more Dark Hydras on your buff bar at the bottom than you should, then the bug is affecting you. So at one point, I had 5 mushroom companions and 22 Dark Hydras active at once. And obviously, if you're getting, you know, a few percentage global damage per pet you have active, that can be problematic. So that's just something to keep an eye out for. Otherwise, though, I really enjoy this combo of Graveborn and Berserker. And I've been messing with different action skills, so let's get into it. Intense difficulty, of course, as always. Cat, what are you doing? Chat, my cats lost their mind. They heard you, and they're just like, nope. Okay, so gear-wise, I'm messing around with the Glacial Cascade right now. This is one of the legendary spells that I really do feel like does good damage. Now, I need to get better parts on one of these. I think I want just flat-out spell damage. Maybe spell charge. If this can roll with charges, that'd be really good. Because the cooldown on Glacial Cascade is sick. Gonna jump away now then, enjoy the stream. Thanks, Foster, I appreciate you. Hey, Animal Crosser, how you doing? Spell charges on Glacial Cascade would be great, because 10-second cooldown, 10.8 seconds, just base. And then any cooldown rate increases are going to get it to a point where it's pretty close to being able to sustain this these 5-second annoyance, enchants rather. And that's the goal, because I really want a Quaking Sunder with multiple charges to do that. I have not yet gotten that. We're probably going to be putting a lot of crystals into the spell bunnies to try to get more Quaking Sunders like this. Like, this is a chaotic one with 2 crit damage parts and a radius part. That's really good. I managed to get a good enchant on it as well, but, like, I want better. I want more. I want more stuff. So I'm going to do a quick check to see if my loot luck is affecting me. It is not. So when that happens, you change your chaos level and then change it back. Yo, Alec, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And Stacy, good to see you as well. Iterative Ship, hope you're well. Chaos Demon, good to see everyone. I hope you guys are all having a fantastic day. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff. I did a lot of that in Borderlands 3, doing it in Wonderlands as well. I don't normally start my stream at this time. It's been a bit of an interesting day. So it's great to see everyone show out anyway. It's a real feel-good thing. I forgot to mention this when I started my stream today. I am currently doing a giveaway of a few codes for the game. So if you go to my Twitter, here, let me link the tweet. But basically, you'll love this, because all you have to do is tell a mushroom-based joke and what platform you want it on, and I'm drawing the winners on Thursday morning. So these are full codes for the game, by the way. Full codes. Here is the tweet. So, if you guys still don't have Wonderlands, and you're looking to try to win a copy, then there you go. Let's go until Thursday. So, shout out to 2K for providing me several codes to do this with. have the worst joke. You have the best joke, Stacy. You came out of the gate with the one that everyone expected, but everyone else was too afraid to do. So you just did it. Full send. I respect it. So we went down to 19. Now we'll go up to 20. That is still in Untitled Wonderlands. Hey, money is a finite resource, not a shpee. And one cool thing that Wonderlands has done with all the hype is it's brought in a lot of people that are kind of outside of our Borderlands family, so to speak. So we have lots and lots of people who are just learning the ropes. You know, with all the front page airtime we've gotten, with all the marketing they've done in various areas. So we got lots of new people. Hey, Rex, just popping in with a question. Can you benefit from the same enchantment on two different equips? No, you cannot. They do not stack. At least not that we're aware of right now. Now, in Borderlands 3, there were a couple anointments that were exceptions to that rule. But in terms of current knowledge, they can't stack. Just got my first world drop. Let's go, Ben-Me. Congrats. What was it? Village Idiot, the better character background for the Graveborn class. It seems to be just the peak of all of the classes. For at least the things that are being done right now. Because what it means is that, the downsides of Village Idiot are basically non-existent, whereas the upsides, lots of crit damage, affect most builds. It's very hard to build around things that don't benefit from crit damage. Nope, mistimed that.
Spells are up. Forgotten before they hit the ground. Never send a corpse to do a killing job. No magic left.
There we go. Yo, Deceptix, how's it going? Chad, good to see you. It took me 50 minutes, but you got it on the liquid cooling? I was gonna offer you this one, but I want a ×2. So I'm still kind of going for that. Pop T, good to see you. Leg of the table, hope you're well. Plus 8 strength over oxygen in this game. You're not wrong, Matthew. Is this the Chaos Chamber? It sure is. Time I got back, it sure is. Hey, Silent, hope you're doing well. Sword, Ragnarok. Ooh, you got a Ragnarok. That's something I want to build around. It appears Ragnarok is the only Torg manufacturer melee weapon. It doesn't mean anything, but that's just kind of cool. Like, there's the melee manufacturers, and Torg is not one of them, but Torg is just like, hey, I like explosions so much that, I'm gonna make this, okay? Okay. It's a neat little detail. So I really love the loop of using Feral Surge to finish off enemies, because it gets you really good uptime on your enchantments. Hey CZ, good to see you. Rerolled so much, not seen that on a single time. Yeah, I saw a melee weapon enchant that I had not seen until yesterday. I put it on my bank, but there's one that you get a spell charge back on getting a melee kill. That seems really good. That seems like really good. It's a melee weapon enchant. And I had never seen that until yesterday. Over 100 hours in. Saw it for the first time. No, if Wisdom just affects dot ticks yet. I didn't mess around with status damage build. So status damage can do pretty good work as a secondary sort of damage source, because you're gonna need to get something that hits hard in the first place to apply a good status effect. So it's still going to be secondary. However, you can get it to be very relevant. The problem with specking Wisdom though is that dots can crit, so you still want crit chance, you still want crit damage. Then that only leaves you so many points after that. If you are a Berserker, for example, or rather I should say Graveborn, not Berserker. If you're a Graveborn, a lot of the setups that are going to involve applying strong dots, like for example if you're using Dire Sacrifice to apply strong dots, you want Constitution more than you want Wisdom. If you are a spell-based class and you don't have, say, the Spell Shot Capstone, you're likely going to want Intelligence for spell cooldown. So finding points to put into Wisdom is tough. Just roll it again on my ×2. Let's go, Chad. Is my RNG insane if I have 3 legendaries in my loadout at level 17? Not really, just good. I wouldn't say insane, Jack. Remember, Gearbox did push out a day 1 correction to some of the issues presented by us reviewers. So, like, they worked fast. We were playing with lower drop rates than you guys are. Keep that in mind. Hey, Thumb, finally come back. Excuse me, come back to your stream. I haven't just finished the campaign. Ooh, what'd you think of it? What'd you think of it? Well, hero stats you expect the spell shots forward. Crit, and then depending on your action skill, the rest of the points would go different places. Which action skill are you looking into, Silent? Are you using Barrage? Are you using Ambidextrous? Like, which way are you going with that? Hotfix and unskippable cutscene. That is one of the things that was changed, yes. Hang on, is that a double roll dark magic efficiency? That is. Neat. So double roll chaotic dark magic efficiency is like 47%. That's kind of crazy. Also, this sacrificial skeep, chat, shit's so good. Look at this. This item, sacrificial skeep. When health is below 50%, summon a sacrificial skeep cannot occur more than once every 30 seconds. Now, I don't think that 30-second cooldown is accurate. I'm gonna be honest. It's gonna require some testing, because I feel like it happens way more. But the skeep that goes, it flies around periodically. You know the healing barrel explosion? It just spams that. Also, you can kill it for on-kill effects, including you can get death saves from it. You can kill it with Feral Surge to refresh the cooldown of Feral Surge. Like, you could do interesting things with this skeep. So definitely keep an eye out for this. Hey, bro, how you doing? Good to see you. Ambidextrous? In that case for you, Silent, I'd probably go with, if you're doing Spellshot Capstone, you'd want to go for skill cooldown. If you're not, you'd go for spell cooldown. However, if you're using the Barrage Anoint for a free charge every reload, then you're probably still looking at spell cooldown. In-depth thoughts on Chaos Chambers? I would like to see a couple room configurations with higher mob density. And I'd like the modifiers to be reined in. I'd like the pool of available modifiers to be pruned a little bit. Or, if nothing else, I'd like Dragon Lord rooms to have the option to leave without selecting a modifier at all. Other than that, nothing but positive thoughts. Chaos Chamber has the framework to be the best endgame they've ever done, and it's already got incredibly high replay value. Just, it's such a good feature.
Spell slots are ready. Space!
Move key behind left click, but no but. Okay, so how you doing? Pistol's my favorite legendary so far, 10 out of 10. Yeah, Liquid Cooling's incredible. Liquid Cooling is so good. I know there's a lot of thoughts out there, people having opinions on how legendaries are balanced versus other rarities. And yes, there are some things within the non-unique realm that are a bit stronger than legendaries. However, Liquid Cooling does not care. Liquid Cooling is just good. It's just built different. And I have a bad version of Liquid Cooling. Sure, this is a volatile, but it's a ×1. I want a ×2 Liquid Cooling. And preferably chaotic or better. That's something I'm keeping an eye out for.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Hey, Urban Mech, how you doing? Hope you're well, Felicia. Sorry, Twitch doesn't let me resubscribe, sadly. Yeah, I figured with the regional thing, bro. Nothing to worry about. Honestly, I'm just glad you're, like, okay. Nothing to worry about. What drops Liquid Cooling? I don't know the dedicated drop source, but it is in the world drop pool. So you can get it from Chaos Chamber, which is how I've gotten mine. Something so satisfying about just executing the enemies with Barrel Surge. Hey, Jack, taking care of bro. Thank you so much, Jack. 112 total. Thank you so much. Mahoney, good to see you. How are you? What's that spell? I need it. This is Glacial Cascade. So it works kind of like the Quaking Sunder spells, the non-uniques, except with a bit less radius. However, Quaking Sunders, as far as I'm aware, can't roll in Cryo. So Glacial Cascade is that, but with a better cooldown. And the damage is really high. Look at that, 1120 times 3. without spell damage parts. Many Must Fall Barbarian Edition. Yep. Finally learned that mobbing's more fun than bossing, which I thought never happened. You see, I've always felt that way, Matthew. Mobbing is the core of Borderlands gameplay. So Wonderlands leaning into that is a pleasant surprise. Pleasant surprise for sure. How big's my shield? I don't know. I have unarmored defense from the Berserker tree, so it's capped. And then I've taken a modifier and that thing, so it's high. But yeah, I have a lot of health right now because of that. I have a lot of health. I have 17,000 health. I'm also using a body room. We get an item breakdown and pieces to look for if I've lost an endgame already. Sure, after this run, I'll go over some of the things to keep an eye out for. I will say, just as a general thought, learning your parts on your spells is going to be a big game changer for you. Your non-unique spells, knowing which parts to look for on which types, really helps out a lot. That was a fun one. What's my myth rank so far? What is my myth rank? 122. Now, I do not plan on spending points in myth rank in the uncapped skills. Ooh, that's a volatile rain of arrows. Ooh. That's a volatile drop, chat. If you ever want to know what that looks and sounds like, there you go. Let's make room for that. I don't want to give up those hydras. I still need to test those. What to drop? What to drop? I keep too many things on me. Drop that one. What is volatile? Volatile is the highest sub-rarity. So you have chaotic, which is a tier of legendary, or not a tier of legendary, a sub-rarity of item. See, this is a chaotic. Basically, if you're in chaos levels, your items have a low chance to roll as chaotic, which is a base 20% stat boost. Volatile is a 1.4% chance on an item to have a 40% stat boost. So does item score mean something in this game, or is it like BL3? It's like BL3. Windsurfer as well and run around 14k HP and 4k ward standard. Nice. What do you think about traps in this game? Between barrels and puddles, there's more things to watch out for. I like the more intuitive traps, like the spikes in the ground and the wall flamethrowers. That kind of stuff is interesting, and like there's counterplay to it. I do not care for the water. The barrels are honestly less problematic than BO3 barrels because of their placement. They tend to be fixed points. They're rarely an issue, but the water is the thing that I really, really dislike.
Now that's more like it. You didn't beg? Well, that going for you.
Oops, mistimed that.
Never a moment.
Ah, yes, the build. Chaos Water, though, yeah. So when I heard people talk about swapping save files, what's all that, like, could I skip leveling a character? So that's just sharing of an intact save file. Like, nothing really special there. Just allows you to give someone your character, be like, hey, play this. Yo, Matt.
Quagsire.
Quagsire, indeed. Matt, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Dot in general seems to be a big problem. Those clouds that enemy spawn are nasty. The thing with the clouds is there's counterplay. Unless you have, like, the Sacred Ground bonus objective, there's counterplay. You just move. I'm not worried about those. Do you love the land shark enemies? Yeah, they're very flavorful. I like them a lot. Any tips for a spell Zerker? Are you a spell shot berserker, Thumb? Because people mean a few different things when they say spell Zerker. I'm just confirming. Yeah. Keep in mind that Ambihextrous locks you out of ever having access to the Berserker class feat. Hey, Tender Madness.
Twitch baby hype.
Twitch baby hype indeed. Thank you so much for the 9 months. I appreciate it. What are we naming it? Hey, Sven. Mind sharing Risk goes are rocking? Absolutely. I did say I'd do that at the end of the run, but I miss EchoCast. So I'm rocking Berserker Graveborn right now. This is my skill tree. I'll just hover on this. So what I mean by Ambihextrous locking you out of Enrage is this only triggers on action skill. Ambihextrous replaces your action skill slot entirely with an extra spell slot. It does not trigger anything having to do with action skills. You functionally do not have an action skill anymore if you use Ambihextrous, meaning you can never get Enrage active. So, if you are multi-class into Berserker from Spell Shot, do not run Ambihextrous. You want to run Polymorph or a Berserker action skill, or else you're missing out on Enrage entirely. With the exception of if you down yourself and you get out of Save Your Soul, then you can get Enrage while having Ambihextrous. But that is the only way if you are running Ambihextrous. But in terms of what skills I'm running, I'm prioritizing gunplay and spells sort of in this setup. So you see I have 7 out of 5 points in Blast Gasp right now in the Graveborn skill tree. And what this is it's basically a version of Moses' Short Fuse from Borderlands 3, which is infamous for being one of the most insane damage amplifying skills Gearbox has ever created. But this is for spells instead of guns. So I'm using this, and I have Berserker's Enrage for the global cryo bonus element. And all of the fun damage multipliers here. We've got damage at close range. We've got damage to frozen or slowed enemies. We've got just a frost damage increase here. So Berserker Tree just provides really good damage in general. We've got Graveborn Capstone, which casting a spell automatically activates all of the Fate Maker's kill skills. Our Glacial Cascade has a very short cooldown, 10.8 seconds at base. So every time we cast that spell, we get not only all of our Graveborn kill skills we're spec'd into, such as summoning a Dark Hydra, which counts towards Fateful Thralls. We have Ascension, which is max health and spell damage. But over here, we've got Blood Frenzy. So we get a little chunk of our max health back, but we get a second back on our Enrage. And this really helps because we don't have the best action skill cooldown for Feral Surge uptime. Enrage only lasts 15 seconds at base. and then Feral Surge is on a 32-second cooldown. However, if we refund Feral Surge by killing an enemy with it, obviously we can spam it again. We have Blood Frenzy on every spell cast and every kill. So I'm playing around with values here to get better total uptime.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, hot sauce.
What's up, dude? Hope you're enjoying the game as much as I am.
I absolutely am. Game's incredible. Having the time of my life, just theory crafting, putting different things together, trying out different items. It feels like a playground, and I'm absolutely here for it. Thank you so much for the 6 months with the 3 streak and the Prime. Means the world. Thank you. Frosty Pistol, you got, where do you farm it? The liquid cooling, that comes from, I don't know the dedicated drop source, but I got it from Chaos Chamber, from one of the bunnies at the end. And that's going to be the most efficient way to grind out most items in this game. So I know a lot of people default to, hey, let's go farm a boss for a specific item. And that is a thing you can do in this game. However, the most efficient way to get most loot in this game is Chaos Chamber. If you are able to clear the Chaos Chamber efficiently on any Chaos level, even the lower ones, I would highly recommend you get your gear from in here. It is so much more efficient. I'm not going to get this bonus objective, I don't know why I'm trying now. I have to get going. Take care. Take it easy, Moonbase Tom. Have a good one. Hey, Clampet. Easy question. How do you see your Chaos level? You can't access that menu inside the Chaos Chamber, but instead of Chaos Chamber here, it'll show you Chaos level. If you don't mind me asking, any tips on which class to pair with Berserker if I want to go for its capstone? I don't mind you asking at all. Questions are always welcome here, Sven. I would personally say that Berserker Capstone pairs the best with the action skills that have longer cooldowns, or that are duration-based that you want active for a long time. So you're most likely looking at the Sabomancer's Ghost Blade, you're looking at the Clawbringer's Cleansing Flames, having a long cooldown, Ghost Blade being one you want to have active a lot of the time for your damage. Maybe Stabomancers from the Shadows as well. So I would probably say Stabomancer or Clawbringer, instinctually. Those would be my guesses for really good candidates for Berserker Capstone. Berserker Capstone could also be good for Spore Warden's Blizzard. Not for Barrage, but yes for Blizzard. Because Barrage is easy enough to sustain on its own that I don't feel that's worth it. Is Spellshot Glass Cannon taken often? I imagine it is. It doesn't have a huge impact on your survivability, and it's just more damage. Would you recommend Ambihextrous for Deadshot subclass? Ambihextrous is just extremely powerful in general. The only multi-class I really wouldn't recommend Ambihextrous for is Berserker, for the reasons I mentioned a few minutes ago. It kind of locks you out of Enrage. But for any other Spellshot sub-combo, it's gonna be a good choice. Not always the best. There are some situations where I feel like Polymorph is gonna be pretty crazy. But it's just a good choice. Oh, side note, let me plug it again, chat. I'm doing a giveaway of full codes of the game. Thanks to 2K, they provided me a few codes to give out. And I'm doing that giveaway over on Twitter. So all you gotta do is follow me on Twitter and respond to that post with your best mushroom-based joke and whichever platform you're looking to get the game on. The giveaway is ongoing. I'll bring it up every so often. It's ongoing, and I'm giving out the codes on Thursday morning. Thursday morning, US Eastern Time. So, just something to keep in mind.
Spell slots are ready.
I don't think Berserk Capstone extends Reaper Souls, which is unfortunate because it's what I based my build on. Yeah, Reaper Souls is entirely based... Reaper Bones, rather. Reaper Bones is entirely based on your current HP. It does not have a duration in the conventional sense. It's just your HP. Also, Berserker Capstone doesn't really work with Dire Sacrifice either, because Dire Sacrifice is still going when it deals the damage. So, unless something dies to the dot, it's difficult to get use out of it on Dire Sacrifice, let's just put it that way. So I wouldn't really recommend Berserker Capstone for Graveborn action skills. Hey, Bride Be Dying. What if I already have the game? Can I make the mushroom jokes anyway? Yeah. Some people want to have the game on multiple platforms. I'm not discriminating. Of course, I've been running Ambidextrous on my Deadshot Fate Maker. I keep having to swap to Dire Sacrifice for bossing, at least for Dragon Lord. Yeah, it's going to depend on your spell choice. To answer what spell this is Glacial Cascade. It's one of my favorites. Hello, Rob. How are you today? Already have the game. Could I potentially enter a giveaway for a friend? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's right there on Twitter. All you got to do is follow me and reply to the tweet with what platform you want it on and your best mushroom-based joke. Thank you, Felicia. Got one for you to use. What do you call a bully mushroom? Get out. Well done. Disgusting spell. It's a really good one, Skilly Death, yeah. I'm liking it quite a bit. Now, the thing with this build is, it's set up for mobbing primarily right now. So I'll switch it out a little bit for bossing.
I've got all the magic I need. It's over. Electrocute.
Oopsie.
Dying ain't my style.
Let me throw some of these out and get through that ward. I'm my live wire, I should use that really. Thanks, Skeep. Alright, through the ward. That's actually the toughest part of the fight for this build. I'm not really prepared for big ward bars, which does mean, yes, Son of a Witch is annoying here. So this is a good showcase of intense difficulty mattering a lot. Your elemental matchups, I have bone covered very well, as you can see. But I don't have great coverage for the others. And that's part of why we're grinding. I want to find some spells that help me cover the other elemental types better. Yes, I'm aware of Buffmeister. No, I don't want to use Buffmeister. What does Buffmeister do? It adds a large amount of flat damage to all of your damage for its duration, and it's extremely powerful. I know there's people who like it, you know, but it's overpowered and it needs to be nerfed. Sorry. It is a problem solver in a way that other things aren't, and that's why I don't use it. Wonder what it did. It just adds a large amount of flat damage that then gets its own damage formula. Think of how Amp worked in Borderlands 2. You remember how the B shield worked? And you could use even a low-level item to do ridiculous amounts of damage thanks to the B shield being like its own damage? It's like that, but in spell form. And applies to everything you do. Spell shot double would be nuts. There's things that spell shots are doing with Buffmeister right now. Okay, I think I can switch back to the body rune now. Okay. Mid-air recovery slam. I love using Feral Surge mid-air. Like, especially if a boss is about to cliff you, you can just be like, no, I'm not going anywhere. Questions, what are you guys looking forward to in Wonderlands? I want to see just how much they expand on the endgame. Because at launch, Wonderlands has more endgame than any other titles they had at launch. And that bodes really well. Like, imagine if we get BL3's level of endgame over time with Wonderlands' framework. Like, we could have so much to do, chat. Thoughts on rings and acquiring ideal substats is a better or worse problem in BL3 than artifacts class mods. Rings are just kind of less important than artifacts class mods were in BL3. So that mostly just leaves us the... Okay, what am I doing about the... Let me try that. That kind of stuff. Hang on. You resist things. What don't you resist? I don't have a non-elemental thing. Oh yeah, I do. Never mind. Just leaves the armor situation and the enchantment reroll situation on items. Like, getting the enchant you want on an item that's chaotic or volatile with the parts you want, super rare. Remember, volatile's a 1.4% chance. And then, if you don't get the enchant you want within 11 rerolls, your item's bricked and you can't reroll it anymore. So there's some things that I would like to see adjusted in that department. Thanks, Skeep. Barrel Surge as an escape mechanic is so satisfying. Like, I'm gonna nope out of here real quick. Thanks, Skeep. Man, when you have to do all the mechanics, it's such a fun fight. I like taking the Dragon Lord fight a little slow and steady. Almost first one supposed to yourself. No, I practice a lot. I have clipped myself with it a few times, but I practiced. Wasn't in danger that time. Forgot to leave a follow. I appreciate the follow. Final boss is so much more epic than BL3 boss. Really blew my mind. Yeah, it felt good. It just felt good. Oh, does everything always come back to spell shot? It really do be like that, Chad. It really do. Did that enchant end up being a spell shot thing? Your alerts turned off for the Twitch buggy. I do not show follow alerts for the benefit of sometimes people want to follow, but they also want to lurk, and also in case, you know, there's hate raids or things, not having follow alerts gives them more less oxygen. But I do have sub alerts on. I just don't run follow alerts. But I do appreciate the follow. I think spells are a good swap out for grenades. So grenades were really good in BL3. Just the thing is, the gameplay loop didn't really force you towards them. Grenades were some of the fastest clearing things in Borderlands 3. It's just the game never really said, hey, these are good, you should use them. They were just kind of a thing that was there. But spells in this game, they're like, hey, use your magic right now. And it gets people used to the mechanic faster. My power okay? The light's flickering. Bit of a storm here. Think so? Gonna try some number testing now? Okay, sounds good. So yeah, I need to figure out my weapon choices for bossing. Because I want to speed up the Dragon Lord kill a bit there. It's one of the slower bosses for this setup. Valdoop isn't thing anymore, I see. Wonder how that's coded. It has something to do with the characters being the same name. But you can still do that. Chaotic Last Gasp. Do I want that? I don't really love the Last Gasp, personally. This frying pan doesn't have echo, which is what I wanted frying pan, but it does have a good enchant, so I'll keep that. Fatebreaker, good enchant. Pincushion, good enchant. Spirit Rune, good parts. What can I drop here? Drop that one. Kinetic Friction. So that's a fun one. You can slide to regen your health. It's not a huge amount of health, though, so I wouldn't count on it. So what do you do when you theory craft? I'm not familiar with the word definition. So basically, theory crafting boils down to you'll find a mechanic or an item or an ability that you want to make work as well as you possibly can. So then you go, okay, what things go well with that? And you use your total body of game knowledge to just kind of maximize that thing. So let's say I wanted to build around Dire Sacrifice, for example. Let's look at what Dire Sacrifice does. Fatemaker sacrifices a portion of their health to deal dark magic ability damage and apply dark magic status effects to all nearby enemies. Dire Sacrifice deals bonus damage based on the amount of sacrifice health. Okay, so that tooltip tells you all of the things you can use to increase Dire Sacrifice's damage. Making your health go up makes it go up. It deals ability damage, so increasing that makes it deal more damage. It applies a status effect, guaranteed. So status effect damage and duration are going to be great, but status effect chance, not necessary for this. So theory crafting is taking these things and being like, okay, how can I use that in connection with other things in the game to make this thing workable, to make this thing perform at its best. That's theory crafting. Yo, Lyman, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Love the frying pan. It's so cool, isn't it? Hey, Mars Demented. I went Grave Spell Shot, dude. F and G are the #1 press button on my keyboard. Yeah. I rebound, but I definitely get the vibe. Some wonderful weather we're having. It's a steamy 27 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I went for a walk today, and my fingers are still cold. I still have the sensation there. How do you get to Chaos 20? By running the level up, I'm guessing? Yeah, each time you run a Chaos Chamber on the Chaos Trial mode, it will increase your maximum available Chaos level. Chaos Trial is locked to your highest available Chaos level, and it is fixed in terms of what's in there. But you go through that, and completing it unlocks the next Chaos level, much like how completing Digistruct Peak in Borderlands 2 would unlock your next OP level. Frying Pan reminds me of the original Fable. That was the first game I played with Frying Pan as a weapon as well. Yeah. Wow, you guys are really engaging with that. check on the giveaway. Cool. Lots of people engaging. Happens the same to me. Gotta remember gloves. Yeah. I did not go prepared. I did not. Rebound my G, because dual spelling and moving with having G is weird. Yeah, I have, my action skill is F, and then my spell is a mouse button. Good news, didn't work with spell shot. Let's go. So, is it blast gasping, Chad? Or I should say, is it doing it effectively? Because I wasn't really worried about it doing it, I was worried about it doing it consistently. Got peg leg, pan, and fish melee. Any other items? There's some interesting ones.
I'd give it all.
Okay, so I kind of want another armor. Now, I have a chaotic. This is really nice. But I'm mostly just using this because it has points into blast gasp. I want one of these with more blast gasp. Yeah, I want more blast gasp. Because this gets real nutty. Now, having points into Ancient Fury is cool, because I don't have any other source of area damage, but I want more. So we're going to divide our crystals between that and... Ooh, is that a... That's a good Spore Warden skill to get there, though. Bad skills. Crit chance on spells and companions. Unfortunate. Bad passives, but one of the skills there has potential. Let's alternate with here, because I still want to get a ×2 volatile. Liquid cooling. So I need to put stuff in my bag. What do those statues do? So these are where you spend your crystals at the end of a run. And there's a corresponding one for each type of item, so this allows you to target farm a category of item. Fire Perceiver, huh? Nah, I don't need that. Haven't seen a volatile yet. They're a 1.4% chance and only on Chaos 20. So, like, yeah, they're very rare. Companion damage converted to lightning. Oh, damage dealt and gun crit chance and move speed. Okay, those are really good rolls. It's Graveborn Spell Shot, but that's still potentially usable. Time to drop more stuff. Time to drop more stuff. You know, I'll get better Hydras. Those are blue anyway. And then whenever I have less than 500, I put them into a category that I want non-uniques from. Sometimes it gives a spell anyway. It's a Frozen Orb. Extra projectile Frozen Orb. That's interesting enough to take. How do we know it's 1.4 chance? I mean, that's what the game tells you. There's somewhere where it shows chance of volatile. There you go. 1.4. 1.41. It's not getting ability damage? Huh. So it says ability damage, but doesn't scale with it. Interesting. So volatile is better than chaotic? Correct. So you see at Chaos 20, we have a 28.17% chance of chaotics and a 1.41% chance of volatiles.
Cast!
Yeah, let's... I maxed out my bank space, by the way. 510. You got lots of room. So let me put away that one for now. This Rain of Arrows can go away for now. I'll probably use that later. Put away the Fate Breaker. definitely put away those. I'll use those at some point. Okay, we got some room. Trying out elemental damage build with Claw. It's seeming to work right now. Yeah, I believe based on Stone Swan's testing, Clawbringer's Dragon Aura is a mult to other elemental damage, which is big if true. That makes it a lot more attractive. However, you still end up with the issue where Clawbringer doesn't provide much to a multi-class combination. It helps when you're trying to make Clawbringer work, but not when you're trying to make another class work. So what I mean by that is Clawbringer is more of a secondary class than everyone else's. Whereas, for example, multi-classing into Berserker will make your main class stronger. Multi-classing into Clawbringer will not do that better than another class does. However, if you're a Clawbringer, multi-classing into any of the other classes does make you stronger. You know what I mean? Spell Weaving gives you +1 storage. Ambihextrous gives you +1 storage. Yep. So, if you're making mules, chat, make them spell shots. Gives them one more slot. Curse would be in the co-op class. Not even the only co-op class, Matthew, because you could just be a spell shot with Polymorph and be support that way. It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, so I still am kind of low on Moon Orbs. Let me... I did dupe this Glacial Cascade, but I want to,
Yes, I should do.
get good enchants. So this one is up to 512 for reroll cost. It's stuck on a spell shot enchant, so I may as well roll that off. Ooh, we got a good new enchant. That's good, that's good. Ashen Skill Start, increase damage dealt by 20% for 20 seconds, that's good. Spellcast, damage dealt by 15% for 10 seconds is also good, but I can structure my stuff in a way that I get access to both now. This Frying Pan has Ancient. Do I have something with Echo and damage dealt spellcast? Let's look. Let's check my melee weapons. Hopefully they figure out this this icon rendering thing soon. This is a bit annoying when you're searching for something specific. Spellcast elemental damage on this Fate Breaker. Yeah, you know, I'll take that. Okay, cool. That actually helps us quite a bit.
Come on.
Let's run it back.
Have some fun.
Cyclops. That's rude.
Got no juice. Fought like rubbish. Died nicely. What have we here? I've got all the magic I need.
Ah yes, the build. Had the icon render issue yesterday too. It wasn't the host because I thought it was because of netcode. Yeah, it's just rendering a lot of things at once. Sometimes I feel like the item design team and the UI team don't speak. Searing Tether or Watch Your Step? I guess I'll take Watch Your Step. How much cryo you want? All of it. An elemental status build with Claw Stabbo, having a blast. Yeah, the Dragon Aura probably helps quite a bit with status effects. I want to do a status effect build with the Stabomancer, and I haven't decided the other class yet. Because Stabomancer has some very interesting enchants. Some very interesting enchants that I want to dig more into. Especially with From the Shadows. There we go. This bonus projector not worth doing? It's generally worth doing. Sometimes against some enemy types, it can be difficult to justify going for it. Like, if you're against, for example, those types of enemies that leave the big cloud, and you have a Sacred Ground objective, and you have a modifier that makes enemies vomit elemental puddles everywhere, well then, yeah, in that case, it can be a little difficult to get it done without risking death. But for the most part, if you can do a bonus objective, go for it. Like, destroying the Dragon Lord statue, that one's always worth it. Protecting Butt Stallion can be kind of difficult sometimes, but it's usually worth it. Hipster Instincts make me want to do anything besides spell Zerg and companion damage builds. That's not necessarily a hipster instinct, because it's... things like that are not representative about... they're not representative of what player power actually looks like. So people running around doing the spell shot bug, people running around using Buffmeister at all, people knowingly benefiting from the bugs with Graveborn skills, they're not really accurately representing how powerful things are. So you wanting to avoid those things is only natural. Chaos Chamber, my beloved. Hey, Conman, how you doing? From the Shadows? You mean Gorillas in the Mist? Gorillas in the Mist wishes it was From the Shadows. I don't know why people continually say things like, oh, From the Shadows just nerfed Gorillas. Like, no, it's better Gorillas. Gorillas couldn't make dots crit. Gorillas couldn't make your grenades crit. Like, Buggy Graveborn skills, Dark Hydra, and Faithful Thralls. Faithful Thralls is itself, I suppose, not technically bugged, but Dark Hydras sometimes don't disappear. So you can keep an eye on your buff bar for this, but sometimes you'll just have like a couple dozen Dark Hydras that have an infinite duration. Those will most likely go away. Yeah, Sleeping Demon. That's the big thing. Building around things that are not intended and therefore likely not to be permanent. It's just setting yourself up for disappointment, if you ask me. Like, there's so many people latching onto the bugged interactions that when they get changed, when they get fixed, as all bugs should, there's going to be people who are annoyed about it. The same thing happened in Borderlands 2, same thing happened in Borderlands 3. You know, some people just don't have integrity of the game long-term at heart. Because what bugs like that do is they make the game boring faster, and boring games have smaller player bases. Less longevity means we get less stuff. It's not ideal. Tears will be shed, for sure. Stealth OP must be Skyrim then. Stealth Archer. I think Feral Surge gains value the harder the contact goes up. That 20% kill range is hard to hit when everything's melting. Yes and no. You can also, on weaker content, you can just one-shot an enemy outright with Feral Surge without weakening them to that 20% threshold. So it has value at all stages. But against big enemies like that, War Trolls, that 20% is just a bigger total amount of health. So yeah, it can be a bit easier to hit. I love Glacial Cascade.
That's for making me look at you. Out of spell slots. Spells are up.
Such a good spell. So smooth. That room was so smooth, chat. Ooh. Hey, Horseman. Having problems with my game crashes about every 15 minutes. I'm lost as to why. That could depend on your hardware. Like, which platform are you on? If you're on Epic, are you running DX11, DX12? Do you have a lot of stuff open in the background? What are precisely you doing in the game when it crashes? It could vary with a lot of things. I want one of these, of this rarity, like with this enchant, but I want more projectile parts. If I can get one with, like, 2 projectile parts and 1 charge part, that'd be real good. Be actual rack attack status. Smooth skin. Hey, Meowie, how you doing? Long time no see, hope you're well. It's the best way to farm gold to get those expensive SDUs. So there's a legendary melee weapon that spawns gold on hit with the weapon. So you could take that and just go around melee a bunch of things. It adds up very quickly. Also, playing on intense difficulty does increase your gold yields. So if you can still kill efficiently on intense, then that'll help. I think I've tried DX11 and 12. So I've noticed significantly better stability on 12. Couple class-specific questions. Is Sporewood's Capstone worth it? I'm planning on starting a Clawbringer with some friends tonight. Can a pet build paired with Graveborn work? Sporewood and Capstone is pretty good for mobbing, if you're playing a gun-based build. So, yeah, definitely. In terms of Clawbringer with Graveborn, yeah. If you're going to try to do a pet build, I would say that Graveborn would be the one to pair with Clawbringer, for sure. Wyvern Companion seems to be the most powerful of the companion class feats. However, Clawbringer is the weakest class overall out of the 3 pet classes. So pairing it with the strongest of the pet classes, which is Graveborn, is a way of getting around that. Those fucking evil eye crabs, man.
Dead all the same.
Is there a mode on the ground anywhere? No? Oh, rip bonus. Sad. There we go. Waste Clawbringer, the weakest class. It's got a poor distribution of damage skills. Most of your damage on Clawbringer is, your damage multiplication I should say, is going to be coming from Dragon Aura. And then there's not much else in the middle of the tree. It's a lot of skill points after that before you start getting more damage things in the tree. The Capstone is fine for damage, but it's got an extremely long cooldown and it's hard to target. Cleansing Flames is a weak action skill with a long cooldown that's hard to aim. Storm Dragon Judgments is okay. And a lot of the skills are just very conditional or have long cooldowns that they don't really need. You not like to do the elite rooms? Sometimes I do the elite rooms, but generally it's slower, and I'm running a build that isn't necessarily min-maxed right now, so I'm just kind of cruising towards my loot. I'm prioritizing loot more than elite rooms right now. So it's a little bit more efficient to not do elite rooms with my current setup.
Energy sapped. See what happens? This will be over before you two regret it.
Get fucked, King Archer. They take the damn cooldown on Clawbringer and Capstone and get juicy, or just make it more reasonable. Yeah, either of those. Ability crit damage, ability damage. While dungeon effects are increased 25%. No, that can stay there. It's got sniper crit. No thank you. Could use some more ammo capacity, honestly. So I'll take it. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing?
Spells are up.
Chaos Chamber's my alley. I told you. I told you. Was that pistol's dedicated drop? I have no idea, Giraffe. Chat. Cat. I keep saying chat. Sorry. If you're French, I'm not wrong. I got mine. I get all of mine of this version of this item from the bunnies in the Chaos Chamber. You know what those purple skulls on the ground are for? They make a barrier that just kind of slows you, but it's a little barrier thing. Oh, I missed. I meant to Feral Surge that, but that's okay.
This world's no place for the weak. That's the good stuff.
Thanks, Skeep. I swear, that Skeep is so useful, chat. Call Shot being on the same tier as Wrath of Nature. Call Shot's also good. Extremely high value for one skill point. Just take both. Skeep OP. The Skeep's so good! But yeah, Called Shot is not something to sink points into unless you're playing like dedicated, hey, I gun and nothing else kind of build. But for like one skill point, it's good value.
Going for you. Ready to cast.
I do wish the damage on Feral Surge was a little bit higher. Because it often feels like it just does fucking nothing on Chaos 20. If an enemy's not frozen. Ooh, new customization. Skeep from your ring amulet slot. Amulet. Amulet. This item right here. Sacrificial Skeep. Now this happens to be a really good roll. Frost damage, Graveborn power, action skill cooldown, all damage dealt. It's perfect for this setup. Like, I don't think I would change a single thing about that Skeep item other than maybe I'd want a volatile one, obviously. But I had a really good roll of that. So I lucked out there. They're defined known damage for Wonderlands. Yeah, it's not quite that simple. It's something that's ongoing. Testing is ongoing. It's gonna require a little bit of working with. Hey, Nero. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it.
Ready to bring the arcane pain?
There we go. Hey, B. Kimberly, thank you for the 9 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you both.
I'd give it all for a little more.
I'd give it all for a little more. Love that line. Goop shoot. Ugh. Nice card. I figured it'd take time from the community to know something data miners extract quickly. Yeah, it doesn't quite work that simply. Stuff still requires testing and figuring out where things slot with each other, but the work is ongoing. Would you prioritize finishing side quests or chaos chambers after completing the main story? I'd say side quests. Side quests for sure. Do you have a consistent streaming schedule? I greatly enjoy your stream. I'm glad you asked, and thank you for the kind words. I stream every day except for Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. And I usually go for... On a normal stream, I'll usually go about 4 hours. But since Wonderlands is new and it's out, I've been doing 7-8 hour streams. I started very late today because I had other things to do. And obviously my my hours conflict with most things in the world. Like, I could never get to the bank. That's what I had to do today. So I sat down and hit go live as soon as I got home. Chaotic Sword Explosion. I'll take it. Skeep is source 2. You can get it off Banshee. I have no idea. I do not know most of the dedicated sources in this game, Matthew. A, because it's not my favorite gameplay loop. Dedicated farming is just not really something I do much of. I prefer getting it organically through gameplay. And B, because Chaos Chamber farming for source items, unless they're dedicated only, is just so much more efficient. Like, you can just, here, like, let's say, I want more liquid cooling, so let's dump all our crystals into this, hope for liquid cooling. Okay, we got a Message of Blast Off with a decent enchant. Let's keep going. Want ×2 liquid cooling. Chaotic or better. Sword Explosion good. Tell me it's good or at least fun. It's fun. I don't know if I'd call it good, but it's workable and it's fun. Where'd you get a liquid cooling? From exactly what I'm doing right now. It's a gluttony. What's this over here? Queen's Cry. Queen's Cry is okay. Finally came back to Twitch today and Quag wasn't even on. Had to kill time by watching Elden Ring stream. Gross. I watched some Elden Ring. Elden Ring is just enjoyable to watch, especially the speedruns. Watching people break the game. We're close to seeing a sub 20-minute Elden Ring speedrun, chat, which was crazy. There's something satisfying in that. Let's go, Brr-Reaver. Hey, Rain, how you doing? I don't test if Queen's Cry damage is actually spell damage. I've not used the gun for more than a few seconds. That's an eruption. It's got 2 charges. Cooldown part. Just, I don't know. That's okay, but Quaking Sunder ruined me. It's an Arc Torrent. Repeating cast, though. Double adrenaline from this. Sad when I got to work this morning, you weren't on. Yeah, outside my normal schedule. I'm sorry about that. Is there a database of all legendaries and wonderlands that you know of? So Loot Lemon is a community website that came around during Borderlands 3, and it's got that kind of thing for all Borderlands games. It is a work in progress for Wonderlands right now, so just bear with them, and keep an eye on lootlemon.com, spelled how it sounds. It happened last night? Oh, it must have happened after I went to sleep. Fuck. Sub 19. Let's go, dude. He was having some trouble with the zips when I was watching, but glad to know he got it. That's sick. Okay, I need something good to deal with armor, chat. Cryo isn't bad at it, but I want a good, I almost said corrosive. I want a good poison weapon. Masterwork Handbow is great for just cleaning up single target things. I really like it for Son of a Witch as well. And Vorkanar. I'll have to think about that. Hey, Loki Legend. Thank you for the 10 months. It'll be forever before the alert comes on, but, you know, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, there it goes.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quaterland's Quag Cozy, also loving my Bone Carver build.
Quaterlands. I'm glad you're enjoying the game, Loki Legend. Thank you for the 10 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, let's spend some myth rank. I don't love the myth rank system, but I do want to at least max out the attributes. Yeah, I want to max out attunement and wisdom over here. I got loot luck, of course, but let's grab some attunements. And over here, what do I even take? I guess frost damage. That already feels like it's too powerful. OBS, give me my bitrate back. Give me my frames. Was clearing everything easy on my Brr-Reaver. I had nothing to kill the Son of a Witch Spectre, so I couldn't beat shield regen. Yeah, the Son of a Witch can be very, very annoying.
My first love.
It's one of those things where it's a damage race. Son of a Witch isn't very aggressive, but the problem is any lost ground loses you so much time. So something I like to do is I like to throw down some Hydras from a Fury Orgon to keep chipping away at his ward while I deal with killing the ads, and that helps you save some time. Any weapons to watch out for while leveling? ×4 Dahlia SMGs are extremely popular and extremely powerful. Definitely keep an eye out for those. Also, these, where are they? Inferior pistols with the crossbow barrel and the Hydra. Those are extremely good damage output that allows you, like, you can throw them and then do your normal stuff while they're out killing for you. That's very advantageous. Those are two things that I really enjoy using. Choco Bear, long time no see. I hope you've been great. It's good to see you. Torgue pistols. I've not used Torgue pistols much. I'll have to keep an eye out for those on my next playthrough.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Let's do another extended run. Pixies seem to be pretty cool. There's some things that Pixies don't scale with that is kind of unfortunate. Certain types of bonuses. Good, baby's good, family's good. Love to hear it, man. That's awesome. I'm happy for you.
beginnings.
Is there water down here? Oh yeah, there is water. I was like, why am I taking so much damage? And it's me. I'm the damage.
Ready to cast.
I totally wasn't paying attention to the bonus. Oh well. It's having too much fun. Love these chaos chambers though, it's great. Yeah, really nice. Crossbow guns are generally pretty solid as well. Yeah, for sure. I remember in the preview build, we didn't find much. I guess we take nasty spells. This is gonna be painful. It's gonna suck. Taking that damage reduction. We didn't find much in terms of weapons outside of crossbows in the preview build that were great. In the review copy, we ended up testing out more things, but weapon balance is, at least among non-uniques, there's a lot of cool things. There's certain categories I'd love to see get more love. For example, the magic barrel Hyperion shotguns, Hyperius, I suppose I would say. Those could use a little bit of love, I think. Any other weapon types you guys have found underwhelming in your experience? I don't mean specific legendaries or anything, I mean just classes of items. Hey Isaac, how's my day been? It's been good, how's yours? Deadshot's doing great, Brr-Reaver needs work, focusing on Dire Sacrifice as damage source, currently leveling a Trap Scallion, which is apparently Spellshot Stabbo. Dire Sacrifice is really fun to build around. Good taste there. I kind of moved away from that for this particular build, but it's something I'm opening to revisiting. Shotguns in general seems weak. Snipers unusable on keyboard mouse sensitivity. Yeah, JZ Styles. I can't say I'm a fan of the ADS sensitivity thing. If I do use snipers, I just, I don't aim. I don't ADS, I just hip fire them. Steep prod seems pretty usable for a sniper, but that's because it's basically just an assault rifle pretending to be a sniper. Beam weapons? Oh, you think the beam weapons do some love? The live wire is a beam weapon, right? It does pretty okay, but it's definitely not the norm. That's it standing apart. Ooh, we could do this one. I don't know if I could do it when I'm dropping frames like this. Ugh. York needs a higher sniper rifle weapon. Special. Ah, water. How are shift servers today, by the way, chat? Are they doing okay? Fastest class you've seen as far as movement speed goes? So Berserker can have this. It can have, like, 6 out of 3 points in this. which is what that doubles, so 36% movement speed just from that. That's a good amount. And I think Stabo has the next most, although Spore Warden has some as well. Lack of spam and Fischl makes me think they're alright. True. Favorite legendary weapon so far? Liquid Cooling, and it's not even close. Liquid Cooling is just... it feels good. Also get 20% on column? You can. Also, I don't think we've confirmed if that one can double roll or not yet. A lot of stats can double roll. I've seen all damage dealt double roll. I've seen status effect chance. I've seen dark magic efficiency. All of those are double rolls I've personally seen. I know people have seen a couple more as well. So move speed might be a double roll, in which case that could be 40%. Hey Swin, how you doing? Yeah, I find myself using a lot of pistols in this game. I've barely touched launchers at all. Man, we brute forced that one. We just did so much damage, we killed everything before we needed to feed the bonus objective. That was sick. When you reach level 20 chaos, does that ever reset? Can't be asked doing this again and again. No, it's you permanently unlock the chaos level. And you can change them as you see fit. Sacred ground. Boo. Oh, I didn't jump high enough. An awkward location. One saving grace of this puddle modifier is that the puddles kill enemies. What makes liquid cooling so OP? I wouldn't say it's OP, it's just good. It's got high DPS. So I have a volatile one. Which is very, very lucky roll, but this is not a ×2. I want a ×2. But basically, it's got incredibly high DPS, almost 1,000 card damage, and it's got almost a 9 fire rate. Its legendary effect is that it refunds heat when you crit. So, if you have a high crit rate, you can shoot this gun for a long time. Also, Frost is just a good element to have covered. It's got a decent status effect value, and it's a very reliable gun. How you doing, Atlas? Good to see you. volatile on it. The funny thing is, based on the gimmick of how liquid cooling works, I think even a chaotic ×2 is gonna out DPS a volatile ×1. So that's why I really want a ×2.
That's the good stuff. More units won't be enough.
On topic of rocket launchers, they have Blue Cake, which rolled as Electro, which broke Son of Witch shields so fast. Ooh, Blue Cake for Son of a Witch. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. Yeah, I'd thought of Blue Cake for Drill, but Blue Cake for Son of a Witch, yeah. I should test that. If we get Son of a Witch this run, I'll try it. I think I have a Blue Cake. Might have tossed it, actually. Any perk to make encounters elite? Enemies will drop more crystals during the encounter. Also makes the room more difficult, so if you like a challenge.
Won't go hungry tonight.
These puddles, man. There we go. Finished work, now I'm contemplating put a spreadsheet together to track major stock index that spells out what kind of movement to expect.
Spoils of war.
I, over my head, but good luck? You have your skill points build on Discord yet? No, Affixy. I do not. We're still in the early stages of testing, putting stuff together. I don't know if I'd call this a dedicated build yet, but how is it looking, chat? Now, how's this setup? The bossing still needs some work. I still need to figure out items to use for that purpose. But the mobbing feels really smooth, and I'm enjoying that quite a bit.
Ready to bring the arcane pain? Energy sapped.
+2 to Icebreaker, that's crazy. 8 out of 5 Ancestral Frost and 5 to 3 Icebreaker. That's kinda nutty. Enjoy your lurk, Choco Bear. I appreciate you hanging out. I'm just saving all my pistol ammo for the bosses. Tends to work unless you fight more than one in a row with minimal ads. Right. Oof. Pile up of too many puddles.
Don't do warning shots. give you a good home.
They don't have a Twitch extension? Yeah, not currently. Hopefully that's something they do in the future. Hopefully. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for giving us something, Nightbot. I appreciate it. Playing Lost Stars, I got you going in the background. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Come on, check enemies. Found any good shields? So far, I really like the body rune. When you kill an enemy, restore 15% of your max health and deal 20% bonus fire damage for a short duration. So that's a fire bonus element. So after I kill an enemy, my Glacial Cascade is doing that huge amount of base cryo damage, and then I've got my Berserker cryo bonus element, I've got my Graveborn dark magic bonus element, and then I've got my body rune fire bonus element. It also plays nicely with this armor I'm using. Increases fire damage by 10% for each unique enemy hit for a brief period. Stacks up to 10 times. Body rune is really, really good. Cursed Wit is also very popular. When wards depleted, gains 17% damage reduction and 100% increased damage dealt to nearby enemies. I think these two are going to be used more than like anything else. You might see some people using Spirit Rune or Full Battery from time to time. Last Gasp if they're a gun build, but I feel like shields, wards could stand to be a little more populated in terms of interesting effects. There's the Sham. The Sham is in this game. What's that black powder pistol? This is Masterwork Handbow. 6 ricochets. When you hit a crit. It's very Queen's or King's Call like from Borderlands 3. I'm okay, soccer chick. Bit annoyed with tech issues and adulting and stuff today. Bit of a stressful day. Otherwise, I'm okay. Alright, tell this game will save editor more than BO3 did too many variants. We're still in the very early stages, and they can scale some of this stuff back silent. So I have some faith there. Does the rune ward thing mean it's shared with all players' rune wards? 4-player rune party build win? Yeah. If you have a rune equipped, then it'll share that effect to everyone else with a rune equipped. And there's several different kinds of runes. The Sham's in this game? Yes. Use Chaotic Purple with 5k capacity, 15% absorb, 15% reflect. Yeah. Definitely getting Chaotic or Volatiles with good parts is going to have crazy value. For example, I do want to mess around with a double health brimming Volatile, if I can get one. With some Graveborn Dire Sacrifice stuff. I mean, triple health would be optimal for damage, but that brimming part is super, super nice for right when you're first activating Dire Sacrifice. If you haven't taken damage yet, your ward's still full. You'll get the brimming heal right after it takes the health for Dire Sacrifice, so that can be a huge chunk of healing right off the bat. With triple brimming, you can actually heal off the cost of Dire Sacrifice before it even hits.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Feel that a real way. My computer's been frozen several times this week while live. Yeah, my PC's old. I need to replace it, but be financially irresponsible to do so right now.
Might have lived if you'd run.
Working on it though. Almost at a point where I can justify it. Oh, my new favorite SMG. What you got? Is this Banshee? Oh, game stutter. That is not on my PC's end. That's just the game. I could just handbow. Gonna want to switch to an arc torrent, I think, though. Oh boy. Game, you can do it.
Electric dick.
Ah! Is Shift having problems right now? I think it's still got stuttering issues? A little bit. A little bit.
Who's the alpha now?
Work in progress, though. We'll switch back to this. I don't think I need the healing that badly, if I'm being honest. Let's go with that. Just go start damage dealt. This is a great example of a fight that's not, like, challenging at all. It's just obey the mechanics and you're good. So this is how we introduce players to having to do mechanics. Fire times for SMG. I think the times 4s and 5s are only cryo. Which is a bit weird, but seems to be the case. I should probably switch off Feral Surge for this as well, to be honest. This legitimately might be a Reaper of Bones fight.
Let's get casting and blasting. No magic left.
One unfortunate thing with Glacial Cascade is there's a bunch of enemies that can't quite hit. Same thing with Quaking Thunder. It's ground-based. That kind of puts you back towards Arc Torrents. Which is not particularly interesting.
Give it all.
Oh, that was a duck. Oh, wrong way.
Ooh, I never get tired of that.
It's hard to tell which height they're going for when you're this close. So this is another element of the risk involved in the fight. If you want to get close enough to deal damage, like, very easily, you increase the risk you take going into her effective range. That's a fun little bit of calculus you gotta do. Like, is the damage you can deal from that situation worth the risk you incur? It's the kind of thing you don't have to think about in Borderlands, but in Wonderlands you do. Hey Sora, how you doing? Like using thunder but flying enemies? Yeah. Flying enemies are a bit annoying in that regard. Spell damage, spell crit, cooldown rate. While currently equipped gun is low on ammo, effects increase 50%. It's worth picking up. Is that a double roll cooldown rate? Or is that just a one passive ring? Oh, it's just a one passive ring. Okay. No mailing between friends, which I do miss. That might be a byproduct of the shift thing. I don't know if that's an intentional thing. Might come later. Who knows? Both the cryo skills and burst trees are very nice to compare nicely for a status-based build to Stabo or Grave. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we mess around with some more Dire Sacrifice status stuff with Berserker. See what happens there. Ooh. Chaotic Overflow Blood Bag. That's really nice. Shame it did not roll good passes. Gun handling and gun reload speed, ugh. It rolled frost damage, which is good. Spore Warden power, not quite what we want with that. If this had been, like, Graveborn power, dark magic damage, we got, like, an all damage, that could have been really good. That's gonna stay on the ground for now. Stat effect damage, yeah, we'll take that. Crossblade. No longer very ill. That's good. Glad to hear you're feeling better. People have been making bereaving jokes, I hope. Not enough, Stone Swan. It's your time. It's your time to shine. Okay. Okay. This looks promising. 2 points in Blast Gas. It's got Spell Crit, Companion Damage, Ability Crit, Missing Health Regen, Melee Damage. Nothing for guns. That's so unfortunate. Nothing for guns. And then it rolled kind of 2 points in a not great skill, but it's Chaotic. That'd have been so nice. I want this with more points in Blast Gas and like gun stuff. Well, it tried. Oh, disappoint me on pistols. I can't bereave it. Nice. That's a good enchant, I'll take that. Chaotic Auto Magic. You know, I've not used this much. I've not gotten a Dark Magic one either. Oh, pick it up. Ruby Spite with good enchant? Sure. Chaotic Ruby Spite. 2 cooldown rate parts. Status damage. I want 2 cooldown and charge on a Quaking Thunder. Preferably volatile, but, you know, a bit picky of me. Let's do a run with the Quaking Thunder, just to show you guys how much I love this kind of spell. The cooldown's a lot longer than Glacial Cascade, so that's a bit unfortunate, but you can still do cool stuff with it. I'll probably want to run a different gun roll. I can run this. Yeah, let me run both of these with coolings. What are 2 classes? Berserker and Graveborn. Mostly Graveborn, but down to here with Berserker, down to here. Oh, side note, since I haven't plugged in a while, the giveaway thing. What was the command for that, Felicia? If you're here, you're probably not here. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Not using myth ranks, just waiting. I'm not really too jazzed about myth rank. I want the uncapped stats to be addressed in some way, because getting uncapped gun damage, spell damage, melee damage, ability damage is just eventually someone's gonna give themselves a ton of myth rank and represent their build as something it's not. They're gonna be like, look, I can one-shot this. Like, no, bro, you have fucking 200 points in myth rank gun damage. So I'm staying away from over-investing into to myth rank. But if you look at that tweet, I'm giving away several copies of the full game, Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, courtesy of 2K. I have codes for each platform. I have 2 for Epic Games Store, 1 for PlayStation, but you have to be NA based, 1 for Xbox. And all you gotta do to enter the giveaway, it's completely free. You just gotta follow me on Twitter, the tweet's right there, and reply to the tweet with a mushroom joke of some kind and the platform you would want to receive the code for. That's all you gotta do. So it's there if you want it.
Austin!
Protect your knees! Don't want to get stuck on guard duty!
Time to put more stuff in the bank. Do I try out that sword explosion? I feel like I want to be on a more established build, because I don't want to be disappointed. But over 1k card damage is like a good starting point. Maybe we see what we roll on the sword explosion, yeah? Let's try to roll something on it. Mushroom pet thick. Caked up. In this economy? Well, Berserker Spore Warden, only level 13, trying to find some tips and tricks. My first character that I got to Chaos 20 was a Berserker Spore Warden. So I really enjoyed playing Barrage with that setup, because you get the really good uptime on Berserker's Enrage, and you get the Enrage Frost bonus element on the Barrage Bow. You also get Berserker's skills for close range damage and damage to slowed enemies. So it's a very fun, aggressive playstyle of barrel stuffing enemies with Barrage and then moving on to the next one. I enjoyed that quite a lot. Oh, Mushroom joke in. Hopefully I can win a copy because this game looks amazing. Hey, welcome in. Yeah. I figured Mushroom jokes would be a fun, engaging way of doing it. I know some people had various other ways of distributing their codes they're given, but you know, I like the mushroom butt, and we gotta represent it. But yeah, best of luck anyone joining the giveaway. Okay, so we're kind of bricking that one. Let's get something on the auto magic so we can use it if we so choose. I don't expect any of these things to match up to the liquid cooling, but it's still worth rolling some stuff. Let's store some things. Store the Ruby's Spite. Store that. Keep that Banshee, because 1600 base damage on a melee is very high, and that could be useful for some things. What are the last gasp of Spirit Rune? Yeah, that's good for now. Sword Explosion projectile fire so slow I had trouble hitting anything. It's probably intended to be just like very close range stuff, you know? We'll equip it, we'll try it out.
Go on, Fiendmaker.
Are racks considered companions? No. You know, playing on hardest difficulty gets you better loot drops. So playing on increased chaos levels does, but your difficulty relaxed, balanced, intense, that does not affect your loot drops. Just affects your money and your moon orbs. That's all. Spawn this thing in. It's like okay. Not great against the armor. And granted, I don't have much invested into gun damage right now. Sword Explosion does not seem fantastic. Yeah, I'm gonna be putting that away. That's for a different build. No, thank you. That's gonna be a hard pass. Anyway, back to good stuff. Liquid cooling slaps hard. Been trying to farm Banshee weapons. Seems very good for melee builds. Yeah, I'm not sure which of the weapons that I really want to lean into for a pure melee build, whether I want to prioritize hitting a lot or hitting very hard. I'm thinking going for these two-handers because they have just such high damage. Like, look at that. I know it's chaotic versus regular, and it's a two-hander versus one-hander, but look at the difference in damage here. And there's a lot of stuff that scales off your base. So I think I'd really want a volatile greatsword with echo. That would be something that would be very nice for just a bunch of builds. Is that a pan? It sure is. It sure is. Every time someone says Brr-Reaver, you'll now have to sing I'm a Believer by Smash Mouth. Pain. Excuse me, pirate friendos. Yeah, that's Quaking Thunder. It has so much range, but Glacial Cascade has just better, better cooldown. Switch to that. Hang on, I doubled up on this. Switch back over to that. Full cast damage dealt. Frost damage. Okay, here we go. Should have really good damage on this now. How do you tell one-handed from two-handed by the card? I don't really. I just kind of look at the attack speed, I suppose, is the biggest thing. If it's under 1, then I know it's two-handed for sure. If it's around 1, it's probably two-handed. If it's like 1.1 or better, then I assume it's one-handed. So basically the attack speed is the thing I'll look at first. These guys are not, whatever, I'm not getting the bonus. Also, Jesus. Look at that Glacial just murdered that guy. I need to do some math to figure out which one of these is more favorable, because like this one, action skill start gains spell cooldown rate 50% and additional spell projectiles for 5 seconds. An extra spell projectile, depending on the spell, can be absolutely huge. Now on Glacial Cascade, you'd think times 3 or times 4 not a big deal, but that's still a 1.1k damage projectile. And each projectile, you gotta remember, gets bonus elements. I have my fire bonus element from Body Rune, I have my frost bonus element from Enrage, and then I have my dark magic bonus element from Stain of the Soul. Also, blast gasp checks instances of damage, so it gives more blast gasp consistency. You have ASA 40% spell damage for 10 seconds on shield and melee weapon. Do they combine, or how does that interaction work? You only get the bonus of 1, Jiggy. It does not stack. Some manufacturers are only 1 or 2-handed, right? I think Valora is only greatswords, yeah. I think Swift is only 1-handers and Valor is only 2-handers. I think. Bonk and Cleave might do both. But don't quote me. So your opinion on the Twister spell? I like it. It's a very controllable way of moving enemies around.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. Got no juice.
Which the Berserker spin proc weapon effects? I mean, you mean melee weapon effects? There's some very good reasons they set it up that way. Think of your melee weapon hilt modifiers as the same thing as amp for guns. Getting amp bonuses on your guns requires shooting your guns. The same way getting hilt modifiers requires swinging your melee weapon, your actual melee weapon. You can stack multiple elemental dots on one enemy, right? Of different elements, yes. So you can have a frost one, you can have a dark magic one, you can have a fire one, all going at once. And more so unique legendary effects. Well, those tend to be hilt modifiers. Like, the Banshee. It's melee attack. It's a hilt modifier. See, the stuff down there is a hilt. So, it's still the same thing.
C4 effort. C minus. Spells are all.
Oof. Those guys explode so hard it nukes your performance.
Gonna need more magic.
There we go. What's that? Arc Torrent. Not a bad one, honestly. Spell damage part. Status damage, status chance, though. Get why they don't want hit mods to prog, because with Ancient you could have 0 cooldown on action skills. Right. Ooh. What this? Overflow Blood Bag. Poison damage, Stavomancer power. Dark magic efficiency. I want it to be dark magic damage, Graveborn power. That's what I want. How do you enter the giveaway? You just need to follow me on Twitter and then respond to the giveaway tweet in order to and then you need to respond to that tweet with a mushroom-based joke of some kind, and the platform you'd like to enter to win for. So, this does require Twitter.
I've got all the magic I need.
You can make a throwaway account. You just need to be reachable through there. It's much easier to reach people through Twitter than it is through Twitch. And this giveaway is going until Thursday morning, so you have time. Honestly, if the giveaway goes well enough, if we get enough interest in the first couple days, I might ask for some more codes so we can have more winners. We'll see what happens. Don't you teleport me? That's rude.
Another notch, not a coin. No magic left.
Kanars is making a mushroom pun. Beautiful. Spell damage, dark magic efficiency, spell crit damage. That's not a bad ring. Chaotic, we'll grab that. Found the blue cake. Nice, Skilly Death. That pan bonk sounds so satisfying, isn't it? Seasoned Borderlands player. You recommend playing the game on Intense for the extra golden orbs? It's gonna depend. In terms of how important those things are, money is very nice to have because vendors are a very good way of getting items that you want. And also, we have more purchasable SDUs in this game than we've had in previous games. So money is a very valuable currency. In terms of moon orbs are very easy to get. The bonus to moon orbs from Intense is like the last reason to play on Intense. It's really not worthwhile if you're just after that. Intense is definitely a noticeable hike in difficulty from lower ones because of the harsh penalties to your damage. Not only do you have a global damage penalty, but you also have just harsher elemental matchups in general. You're more punished for using an opposing element than you otherwise are. So you do need to be more on top of what you're doing, and I do like it for that reason. I'm also a seasoned Borderlands player. I have over 6,000 hours in Borderlands 3. And that game, once you got real knowledgeable, it was pretty easy. Not a very difficult game, which is why a lot of the replay value in that game came from endgame activities, challenge runs, speed runs, that sort of thing. So this game just has more options for challenges, both self-imposed and otherwise. Thanks for answering my questions, means a lot. Got my follow? Hey, I appreciate that. My pleasure. This is a very chill environment here for anyone new. Questions are always welcome. I know a lot of communities tend to leave the new players behind, or talk down to you for asking, quote-unquote, the wrong questions, but we're not like that here, so ask away. Well, that was a satisfying cast. Intense makes Chaos Dungeon harder. It makes the whole game harder, Trinity. It is a global 15% penalty to your damage. It is an increase to enemies' damage. And it changes the elemental matchup, the elemental table, so that every penalty is harsher. Hey, Stump, thanks for giving us up to Sora. I appreciate it. Total of 16. You're a legend. Thank you. So my cryo SMG is supposed to slow down fire rate if I keep shooting it? Yes. Hyperius, Dahl, and Inferior SMGs will slow their fire rate as you shoot them. So the longer you've been shooting them, the more the fire rate slows down. This can get to a point where, you know, you can maintain the mag with ammo regen, but you're shooting so slowly that you should just let off the trigger. Bonk. I missed. It's awkward.
Don't do warning shots. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Go. Hey, Earthshock. I played BL3, but I paid zero attention to Wonderlands. If I enjoyed Zane and Amara the most, would it be a good starting class for Wonderlands? You'd probably be looking at Zane and Amara. Probably looking at Stabomancer. Stabomancer would be a good choice for you. It captures a lot of the things that both of those characters did in BL3. To beat the game, do you have to watch the credits? Yeah, but you can speed up the scroll and you can go through it faster. You can skip by holding down escape. See, I didn't know that. I've beaten it twice, and I was like, I can't press a button to skip. What do? Hold down escape. Good to know. I usually just scroll through it faster, but now I know. Exit the game after you beat it. You could do that. Yeah, I learned something today too, chat. Wizard's Pipe. This gun's okay. I don't really want a dark magic one though, especially not a regular one. I'd want that to be chaotic at least. What's that spell? This is Glacial Cascade. One of my favorites. Our pretty annoying bug. What's wrong, Resolve? You have to input the Konami code? Nice. Viva Flak. Flak bad, no dark magic. Dark magic efficiency, SMG mag size, gun damage? That's not bad at all. I'll take that. Does your melee attack give a buff or trigger something? I have an Ancient Hilt on my frying pan, so I get some action skill cooldown. You have a favorite class combo so far? My first class combo that I took to Chaos 20 was Berserker Spore Warden. I really enjoy Berserker Spore Warden. Talent spell is satisfying for sure. Class looks like it's gonna be the best for speedrun and endgame content like Proving Grounds, etc. Spell Shot, Spell Shot, and Spell Shot. Spell Shot Graveborn is just currently the combo that has the most access to crazy, crazy things. So if you're trying to be as optimized as possible in general, you're probably looking at that combo. But I don't have much interest in that at the moment, so I'm not doing that.
Good stuff. I could get used to this.
I love using Feral Surge for movement. Some Feral Surge shortcuts are very satisfying. Playing Spore Grave with a friend doing Spell Grave. I can't even guess the enemies before he incinerates enemies. Lightning Bolts is so broken. Yeah, the damage access is kinda nuts on that multi-class combo. Play Spore Stab Out. That's a fun one. That's probably gonna be what I go for next. For my next character. Ash Skill cooldown, dark magic damage on this. That's really good. But Clawbringer power, that's less good. Still, I'm gonna take that in case I do some Clawbringer stuff with Dire Sacrifice. Cause that Dragon Aura could be nice for that. Finally entered the giveaway. Thanks for a fungi way to try and win a copy. Hope everyone's doing shroom-tastic. Wonderful. A+, 10 out of 10. Fantastic entry.
Hope you're carrying coin. Don't kill for free. Like wheat before the sight.
Oops. Awkward. Take some god damage.
Spells are up.
Sporadic. Nice. God rolled my artifact yesterday for Berserker. 34 Berserker power and 32% frost damage. Ooh, nice. What were the passes on the bottom, Prep? Because that's something that it's gonna take some time for a lot of people to get the specific one they want, and then with the class power they want, and the element they want, and then also the passives, and also getting it chaotic or volatile. It's gonna be a grind. Those fire versions of the freeze tag BL3 modifier and enemy type. That's an enemy type. Companion damage, companion crit damage. Let's try. Raveborn, Rawbringer, Ore Warden, Hellshot, Mustard Zerker, and more. Wow, that's toxic. You think the 7th class will be named? Friendadin. Get it? Because, like, Paladin, but, like, friend. I'm so fucking clever. That was chaotic though. Nice. All damage dealt and fire rate. Ooh, that's really good. No, that's really good. Congrats on the really good roll. Remember, volatile is not something to expect anytime soon. It's a 1.41% drop rate at the present. And that's on top of all the other parts you have to worry about, so. I don't know if you already saw it, please don't hurt. I'll frequently go into my menu or settings, don't see any more of my mouse cursor, don't direct my mouse. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. That's awkward. I don't like that, that's unfortunate. Sorry I have to deal with that. Is this drill? I didn't want to do drill. Drill. Come on, game, you can do it.
I'll make a nice payday out of you. Shot, lads. Got no juice. Spell slots are ready. Ah, yes. Ammunition. Rob the pivot.
Got a pretty suppressing E for selecting things. Kind of wish they'd put it back here as minor as it sounds. No, I agree with that, John. I agree. It's something that I would like to see come back as well. This boring meeting, how it goes? It goes well, Swin. How are you? Son of Witch always makes me sad. Son of Witch is pain. I'm just applying status effects right now. Pretty good. Any tips on Chaos 18 Nightmare? Lightning Page keeps rolling me. Which attack is getting you? Is it the vertical swing, or is it the Stampede? This fight is annoying. I don't quite have the kit on this save to really beat through. Yeah, Drill and Son of a Witch can be annoying if you go in unprepared like I did. Hard to make progress. Do I handbow cheese him? My aim's not good enough for handbow cheese. Switch back to that. Switch to that. Shield recharge pain. Yeah, it looks especially painful in this setup, because, one, I'm on intense, so getting through the shields in the first part is kind of annoying. But two, this setup is definitely a mobbing setup rather than a bossing one, so I should change action skills as well, really, here. Okay, so this is actually good info, though. So we know this build, with how it currently works, gets completely walled by drill. Like, the mobbing is great. But the bossing, not it right now, Chief. So how do we solve this problem? I do have that, that hand bow, which is exceptionally good single target. Keep in mind, chat, I'm trying to stay away from certain known silly things, like, yes, I know you can use certain Hydras or Furiors and stuff. Yes, I know you could throw on a Buffmeister. I'm trying to be a little more creative with how this character works, you know? Spellcast damage dealt. I could swap that one out. Spellcast gun damage.
Never a moment. Energy sapped.
I don't have the gun crit chance to sustain that without a crit spot.
I kill guys with
Curse Whip, be good with shock damage breaking your shields? Yeah, Curse Whip is good. I do have one of those equipped. Or not equipped, in my backpack. Currently I'm using a body rune for the healing and the bonus element, although Curse Whip's probably just the play. Where precisely is your crit spot? Is it the dick looking thing? Probably the dick looking thing.
ready to bring the arcane pain. Out. Damn.
Oopsie. Okay. That's good info. It's good info. So put out of this run. I know exactly what I'm going to reroll. Problems I have with every build. Bosses are not fun at all. You need to keep certain boss mechanics in mind. And this is going to be a big reason. I feel like this is why they gave us more backpack space. Changing gear for bosses is going to be more of a thing in this game than games you might be used to. I know Borderlands 2 endgame, you did that a lot, actually. Certain raid bosses, you change your kit out. It wasn't a thing you had to do a lot of in 3. So this is something we're going to have to get back in the habit of as a community. So things I could change for that. Curse Whip's obviously going to be advantageous there. I need bossing weapons that are not as conditional as the handbow. I've not tried out... Has anyone given a real look at Torg sticky launchers? Anyone try those out in a bossing setting yet? What do you want to go for on Graveborn Stabbo? It depends on which kind of setup I'm doing. In a dot kind of setup, you could do some real interesting stuff. But I've not messed around with that combination very much yet. Not sure. I think it's back-to-back. I think it's back in the crouch and swing attack the random projectile. I keep getting down crouched in middle after swing attack, and no enemies are around, and it's while still crouched. The boss can still attack you while you're doing the crouch things. You still do have to strafe a little bit, but it's not very aggressive during the stampede attacks. When something that helps a lot is equip a skeep, sacrificial skeep if you can get one, because this thing will let you revive or second wind in situations where otherwise you wouldn't be able to. So definitely keep an eye out for this. It helps a lot with learning mechanics. You tried Dire Sacrifice Brr-Reaver build? Yeah, that's what I did mostly while leveling. Hey Severus, how's stream going? Stream's going great. How are you today? Torque Sticky Shotgun's better than Launcher in my experience. Yeah, that tracks. Times 18 JZ styles, or whatever the maximum projectile is in this game. Or low count. With my Berserker, the only build I can kill bosses with any speed is Spore Warden abusing Liquid Cooling. Liquid Cooling's so good, dude. Endgame boss is fun? Absolutely. Are there any raid bosses? There are several raid bosses. I'm playing Spell Shot. I was wondering if, as long as you use Buffmeister in the left spell slot, will the bug still happen? No, it will not. It requires you to have it in the offhand slot, in the right slot, for the bug to happen. So if you just switch them around, then you can play safely without it. I don't know what this game's done to me, but I just shouted "Bring it on" when I found an enemy in grass on the overworld map. Let's go, Jester. Let's go. This sword explosion was not very good. Let me put that away. That'll be for a different setup. What do I have in my bank that can help me out here? I've not even shot Drill's Fury yet. I need to try that at some point. Chaotic Ruby Spite. Like, the paper DPS of that gun seems pretty good. Just, I'd want more reload speed, and the setup doesn't exactly have that. I have a Chaotic Cannonballer. I gotta try that out. See what we can roll onto that. Now, I really like this enchant. Yo, Birdman! How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders.
What? Who said that?
Thank you, Felicia. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? We are just messing around. We're theory crafting some Berserker Graveborn stuff. A bit of trial and error. I'm thinking I might respec to go more around Dire Sacrifice. Although that enhances our mobbing, doesn't really help our bossing. But Feral Surge isn't great on bossing either. So yeah, I'm thinking we respec. But anyway, how'd stream go? Just working on some pet builds. Nice. Pet builds could go in a few directions in this game. Pet builds are no longer a meme. Like, Wyvern Companion is something I really do want to maximize. It's just very difficult to squeeze value out of Clawbringer other than the Wyvern right now, you know? I don't know if I've got the secret boss. There'll be symbols on maps. There's yellow, green, and blue. So if you see that, interacting with that symbol will start a puzzle that you have to do to spawn the portal to the boss, which will appear at the end of your run. Been theory crafting a Spellshot Berserker build too, since those are the best class feats IMO. So the problem with running Spellshot Berserker is if you run Ambihextrous, you lock yourself out of Enrage unless you spec into Relentless Rage and intentionally go down. That's the tough thing. So using Ambihextrous and Berserker together is hard. That pushes you towards Polymorph, Dreadwind, or Feral Surge. Now you can still do it, it's just you will you'll be missing this a lot of the time. Double-edged sword for sure. Yeah, you can still get value out of it. Like for example, you could go up to an enemy, down yourself, and then get up by killing an enemy, and you'll be enraged, and then you could just cast both your spells at once. Could be, yeah. Did something with the yellow orb, shot the glowing orb, was that all? Did you get detected by it? Did you get blinded by it at all? Switch out this spell damage one. Ooh, spell crit chance, dark magic efficiency, that's pretty good. This one's dark magic efficiency, SMG mag size. Let's go with that for now. I'm gonna stick with body rune. I like the Glacial Cascade. Let's go spellcast damage dealt. Okay, I want to get that Graveborn specific enchant if I can manage it. Let's try and get it on this Cannonballer for memes. Your quag I've heard about. Oh, good things, I hope, Big Tom. Word ban on that. Alright, 10 minutes on the clock. I can't say that. Why not use Reaper Bones seems so strong with Berserker? Because activation frequency. It's holst. Reaper of Bones has a 50-second cooldown at base. Now, you can have it active for a while if you manage your health well, and it gives you that nice dark magic bonus element. So that could be pretty good. But the thing is, you can't get action skill activations with frequency, which means you will have lower uptime of your enchants, such as this one, only lasts for 20 seconds. Now, if your action skill is active for 20 seconds, and then it starts its base 50-second cooldown, well, you're locked out of this for a while. So you'll have good burst damage, but lots of action skills offer you good burst damage. So I'm gonna go with Dire Sacrifice, and let's roll this. Okay, that's a good start. Get a late start to start it last night. I'm so glad I bought it. Hey, tried time. It's this game is so ridiculously addictive. And I like that it's challenging. Borderlands 3 stopped being challenging after a while. I still love that game. I still have plans to go back to that game. It's just, this game, it gets your brain working. Right now I'm leveling a Clawbringer Sabomancer combo for elemental damage. Does status damage use something in any games or like BL2-3? You can absolutely build around status damage, and it can be relevant. Just make sure you are matching elements wherever possible, especially if you're on intense difficulty. Okay, so I want this enchant, but not on this gun and not for this character. Huh. I hate passing it up because of the reroll thing, but... Wasn't it hard to make build OP and BL3 and Legos are common? So those are two separate things. Legendaries being quote-unquote common in Borderlands 3 is something that people like to completely misrepresent. That's not how you made builds strong, and I proved that time and time again. For example, I went through the entire game's endgame content with a flak that didn't equip guns and only used base game items with subpar rolls in the other 4 slots. It wasn't about legendaries being common. It was just that the content design was easier. Bosses didn't have mechanics the way bosses in this game have mechanics. Enemies didn't do nearly as much damage in that game as in this game. In Borderlands 3, you had lots and lots of lifesteal options, which was relevant for some characters. That's not a thing in this game. The game was harder. It has nothing to do with the legendaries. Love BL3, I'm getting the feeling this has more meat on the bone. Launch to launch, this game has so much more to do. Isn't there other viable chances than those? Yes, there are. I just don't have those. That's the thing, it's holst. Like, there are absolutely action skill active enchants, for sure. I just don't have those. I don't have things prepared for that. Now, you can use on... I can't say the banned word Severius said. The thing that replaced grenade, cast. You can use those enchants, such as this one. On cast, increase elemental damage. On cast, increase damage dealt. Feel BL3 bosses were way squishier. Players did more damage, was the main thing. Damage was higher. Yeah, probably. Damage was way higher. Like, in BL3, we were dealing billions of damage. But in this game, You know, the highest damage numbers we're seeing Chadley put up a few million, among others. I'm sure Bird has done some crazy stuff like that. I'm sure Moxie's doing it. You know, the usual people. Just say magic. Yeah, I could do that. When I use spells, my spells don't work. Fuck, I forgot already. Damn it. Good one, Mars. Good one. When I use magic, my magic don't work, but when they do work, my magic will make my dog start barking when he sees my neighbor, which then he uses his magic to give my dog magic, which then my dog started using the magic against my magic. Which then my wife came home and she lost all hope, so my dog used his love magic to bring her hopes back up, and then she got her magic back. So then we were a happy family with magic, a lot of magic, everyone knew about us having magic. Fuck. Well played. Well played. Have you used any good launchers? I've not spent much time with launchers. We're trying out the cannonballer in this next run. We are sciencing it out. That was a good pasta. Alright, so Dire Sacrifice. Faithful Thralls, because you can't not take that. We'll go with that. Sanguine Sacrament, because you can't not take that. Now, Dread Covenant's damage redirection is actually super big. I just don't want to lose access to the Demi-Lich. It's so hard to control that. And it's a long cooldown. 2 minutes. If that was a minute, I'd take it, but... Take Dark Hydra. Skipping Essence Drain is scary, but I think I'm gonna go with Dark Pact. Max health. We'll pass up Punishment for now. Grab more Dark Pact. Blast Gasp is so sick. Need a blue cake? I have a blue cake somewhere. Just, that was kind of underwhelmed by it. I have to see if they add more endgame to BL3, otherwise this game has potential to beat BL3 and endgame stuff. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of potential. Unyielding sounds good, but honestly, 1% missing health per second when enraged is pretty dog water. 3% missing health when enraged. Half of that otherwise. That's just not very good. So I'm gonna go all in on Ancestral Frost here, especially because I'm using a lot of Frost weapons. The Old Ways, Icebreaker. Alright, let's Blast Gas. Unarmored Defense for sure. Now, I really like Cold Snap, but I don't think I can justify it point-wise here, which is sad. Cold Snap is so nice. Frost Efficiency gets you a lot of value out of Icebreaker, but I don't think I can justify it here. There's too many other things I want to take. Like, I still haven't taken Harvest, which I could probably do without with my current choice of weapons. I want Lord of Edges. That's basically fight for your life damage, or save your soul damage. I guess we take Stain of the Soul, because Yeah, this is going to be a very experimental skill tree setup, but we'll see what happens. Try out Pump Constitution, see what happens here. Put some points there. Put some points there. Max status damage. We're testing things. This is science, right? And we'll go some attunement. Crit damage. Or crit chance, rather. Your choice. Okay, let's see what we got for you. Try time. Oh, perfect. Perfect. I got the perfect one for you. Ready for this? Dude, this looks like it was done with a mod that lets you do the Buffmeister glitch that was patched at the beginning of the game. What exactly is this video? The Buffmeister has no possible way, especially on anyone besides Clawbringer, of doing this much damage anymore. So what is it you're doing here? I get people are looking for ways to kill it solo with all their different characters, but honestly, what the fuck is this? People are gonna try to do this for hours, not having a clue you're modding. Might need to restart my game soon. It's starting to get a little bit choppy. That was not very inspirational damage, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, Cannonballer kinda sucks. Like 17k, just like, okay. But this is so wildly inefficient. When I could just liquid cooling. Oh yeah, bonus objective. I should yeah, the status damage being applied by that Dire Sacrifice doesn't seem to be anything fantastic. Could try Ripper Bones next. But there's that enchant problem. But I like Feral Surge better. Okay, that was a little bit better. Okay, here's an idea. So when there's a bunch of enemies like that, I can get Body Rune active, tag each of them for my Calamity, and then Dire Sacrifice. See how that plays out. Yeah, I'll try that. And Neverfind, how are you today? Anarchy. Only one skill tree per class? Yes, but you can pick your choice of 2 of 6, later 7 classes. So, you pick your 2 skill trees. There's more class combinations this way than the previous system. So, it might sound like 2 is less than 3, or like 1 is less than 3, but you have to remember that you're basically mixing and matching your skill trees, because each class is a tree. You have more control and more possibilities under this system than the traditional Borderlands system, which is great. Something I'm a big fan of. What green did I just take trying to pick that thing up? I recognize that the stone tower. Is that word you suggested? I'm liking Body Rune. It's this one right here. When you kill an enemy, restore 15% of your max health and deal 20% bonus fire damage for a short duration. Very effective. Hello everyone, I have a question. I play the Greyborn, don't know which second character is the best to use. Any tips? It's really going to depend on your playstyle. A lot of people like pairing Spell Shot with Greyborn to maximize their magic. The word band's up, by the way. Time-wise, I win. Some people like pairing it with Berserker, which is what I'm doing at the moment. So that you get a lot of, your health bar kind of becomes a playground. What better parts on this? I'll take that. Could still use that for a build. For the, get out of Save Your Soul. It's bedtime. Take it easy, Skilly Dad. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, it wasn't a ward, Swin. It was an amulet. It was this one. This one right here. The Sacrificial Skeep. Now, I'm not sure if this 30-second cooldown is even accurate, because I feel like I've gotten it more often than that, but it's this one. I happen to get a really good roll on this. So I had a thought. Dire Sacrifice says it's ability damage. There's that Spore Warden annoyance that's active after using Barrage. What would happen if you use Barrage with that enchant and then switch to Dire Sacrifice? Thank me for testing? I don't know. Chad, are you still here? That sounds like something you would test. I also have trouble with their character deleting. I haven't got to play the game. I've not heard of this problem, Forgotten Fire. Which platform are you on, and what exactly happened? Hey, New Mexican, how are you? Thanks for testing, Rapid Fire. Thank you for testing. Skeep lives for a long time. The cooldown seems to be from when it first spawns. Remind not testing feeling. That sounds correct. I'm on PC. Okay, so you're on the Epic Game Store version. Did your character just delete... like, did you go to save quit, and then it just wasn't there? Yeah? So, you could try finding your save folder, and seeing if, for whatever reason, you might have a temp file in there that you can restore your character from, or it might have named to something that does not show up in the list properly. So you could try one of those things. Okay, so that thought was actually pretty decent. Yeah, I'm feeling like Dire Sacrifice is definitely going to be a Stavo thing. Stavomancer has that dot damage, that dot duration, the dot spread. Ooh, I don't have that cosmetic. There you go, game. I knew you could do it. Thought it crashed. I was worried. Probably Cloud Sync. Ooh, yeah. Definitely disable the Cloud. Whichever games launcher you're on, Steam, Epic, I know this game's only on Epic, but just as a general practice for games, Cloud Syncing is not your friend. It really screws you over sometimes. I gotta restart my game soon. It's It's not happy with me. Got a times 18 torque shotgun. Can't think of what they're named in this game. Just slapping so hard. I've not gotten one of those yet. I'm gonna have to try that out. I've heard good things about stickies though. Hey boom, late stream today? Yeah, I had some errands to get done this morning, so I started late. I went live as soon as I got home. You know, bank stuff, so it took a bit. It's funny when you go to your bank, and then you and the person helping you just talk shit about your bank the entire time. From accounting. I wish I had that kind of problem. No, it was, you know when they flag a transaction and then just don't tell you about it, and then you have to take time off work to go sort it out because your work hours are exactly the same as bank hours? Yeah, that kind of deal. So that's why I'm streaming this late right now.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Hey Viper, late stream today? Yeah. I had errands to get done this morning, so we're here now. What if you could have used torque shotguns with the ammo skill? Yeah, it's probably too slow, but maybe if you get extra points in that skill from like a class mod. Like what, 6 out of 3 in that? It's gotta be 6% ammo regen? Or how many points is that skill? You could probably get, like, a decent amount. You could probably get a decent amount. And then just getting a lot of mag size on your gear would help a lot with that. Like, you could get it on both rings. You could get it on your amulet. Is mag size on armor a roll? I don't think it is. Or if it is, I haven't seen it. Errands to get done. Hey Mark Live, how you liking Wonderlands? Absolutely love it. It's not without its issues, just like every game, but I feel like it's got the framework in place to be probably just the most solid release Gearbox has done. The launch activities are amazing. The vibes of the game in general, just really good. They've just got to work out some kinks. Which, I'm sure they'd appreciate the community's patience on, yeah? They're working pretty hard. I can vouch. Have to go, have a great rest of your day, night, Quack and Chat. Good to see you, Editor of Ship. I hope you have a good rest of your day as well. I would know about the Ironside Sniper is bugged right now. Bugged in what way, Fluffy? Bugged in what way? There you go, game. You can do it. We got... Is this Banshee? Or Parasite? Oh, this is Parasite. Cool. We got for some gun balancing. This game's amazing. Some character balancing as well. Wonder how Split Dot, Dire Sacrifice build would work. That Dark Magic Dot seems strong. That's something I want to look into, Boom. I'd probably have to go Sabomancer for that kind of thing. But I am curious about it. Because right now, this is just all we're getting with the Dot. So if we do this... We get some Calamity stacks. Keep our body rune up. That's a little better. Yeah, maybe this this spec is a bit of a bust. This distribution of hero points, I'm not loving it. We lost a lot of crit going this route. This serves as a good example of why Village Idiot is so good. Because you just get so much crit damage. With, like, no real downside.
Spell slots are ready.
It's fine.
Ain't nothing. Can't sling spells no more.
Liquid cooling fucking built different. No, my crystals! No! Oh, I lost some crystals off the edge. Hey Reactor, how are you?
Quite the collection.
How's the build going? Got my stab over to chaos 16, kinda hit a wall, don't know what gear and chance exists that I need to progress, so I left it and doing a Explore playthrough. Build's going well. We respect, and we're trying out different things. The build's great in mobbing, it's just the bossing is something we need to figure out. Bossing is something that I don't have quite down on this build yet. I know which multi-classes I could switch to solve that, but I want to stay Berserker because reasons. We got a Ragnarok. And a Transistor. I kind of want to try out Transistor with that armor that puts a fire dot on you when you take damage. But I also don't care that much. Let's keep going pistols. I still want that ×2 liquid cooling. Is Brr-Reaver Grave Ward... Graveborn Berserker? Yeah, it is. It's just that easy, chat. It's just that fucking easy. You just say you want the thing, and then the thing happens immediately. It's just that easy. Just get the drop, Forehead. Just get the drop. Easy, just like that. Just like that. Exactly what we wanted. ×2 chaotic liquid cooling. Now, it's not volatile, so, you know, the ×1 is volatile, but the ×2 still has higher card damage. He's got a higher fire rate, too. Shit. Let's fucking go, dude. Now, we just gotta roll a good enchant on that. That's the thing I'm terrified of, so I'm totally gonna back up my save in a minute here. Berserker plus Greyborn, a good match. I'm enjoying it a lot, Evernoob. I'm enjoying it a lot. Something I need to figure out with the setup, though, is bossing. The bossing could definitely stand to be a bit better. But I'm working on it. Okay, I had terrible luck with armors for this. What the hell? That's a 4 to blast gas with ability damage, though. Monka? I guess I should keep an eye out for a +5 blast gas armor. Take that Ragnarok, why not? Unkillable build in my testing, but struggles versus bosses. Yeah, that's a pretty good summary of it. The survivability of Berserker Graveborn is probably the highest of any multi-class combination. Especially, and it's Graveborn doing most of the work there because Sanguine Sacrament is crazy good. You could make an argument that Graveborn Spellshot can spam Sanguine Sacrament even more, but Berserker also has a longer fight for your life, further max health increases, damage reduction over here, more ways of returning health. You know, it's got a small passive healing skill, it's got a kill skill that gives you a chunk of max health back. Berserker just has a very complementary kit to Graveborn. I'd say out of all the classes, the ones that pair the best with Graveborn would be either Spellshot or Berserker. So, that's a fun combination. Can you find a bigger shoulder pad? I couldn't. There were none available. See Butt Styling in the background? Yeah, we got the Butt Styling plush up there. Good eye. Good eye. People say farming this game has some issues. I mean, it does, and one of those issues is why backing up saves is a thing. Excuse me 1 second. I'll loot the end of Chaos Chamber fell through the floor. Oh no. I didn't know that could happen. I'm sorry that happened. Does Spore pair well with Graveborn? I can't speak. It can. It can. Depending on what you're going for, it can. Graveborn is good at just giving damage to the other classes. But it really depends on like which action skill and what you want your main damage delivery to be. Okay, cross your fingers for me, chat. We want a good enchant for this ×2 liquid cooling. Now, I backed up my save just in case, but we only get so many rolls. It's not going great. It's really not going great. Like, sure. Awkward. Awkward. So we're just gonna... Hi Brexton, how you doing? Welcome in. Didn't find a fix? Unfortunate. I'm sorry, Forgotten Fire. Sorry that happened to you. I feel like if I can get a Blast Chill roll in a class mod and make a melee build, that skill has to have some broken scaling. Blast Chill is probably going to be a go-to for sure. Let me just... Let me switch to that. Tweety, hope you like it. Yeah, I'll check all these after my stream today. I'll check. If you guys haven't entered the giveaway, !giveaway, it's I'm doing it on Twitter. I have multiple codes for the full game, courtesy of 2K, to provide. All you got to do is follow me on Twitter and respond to the tweet with your favorite mushroom-related joke and the platform you'd like to enter for. That's all. Blast Chill is definitely good. Only rolls on Burr Claw armor, though. Yeah, I think Blast Gasp only rolls on Grave Burr armors. So
It's dangerous out there.
it makes sense. It's not a bad enchant, but don't want that for this setup. A repeat? Getting repeats under this system is so upsetting. Okay. Increased frost damage. I'll take that. I'll take it. Release your save anywhere? Eventually I will Tickle Me Pink, but I don't currently have my saves in a state that I plan on releasing them yet. If I win, it'd be going straight to a friend that never played Borderlands. That's awesome of you. That's awesome of you. I think they'd have a great experience with this. What enchantment you looking for? Any of several. This was one that I was looking at. Spellcast increase frost damage. I was also willing to accept spellcast increase elemental damage. Action skill start, extra spell, projectile, and cooldown for 5 seconds would have been one I'd take as well. On Graveborn, action skill, dark magic, damage, and efficiency for a little bit. Any of those I would have been willing to take. But we got a good one. We got a good one. Okay, so now we've got the ×2. Let's see what we can do with this slot. Pistol crit damage. Ability crit chance. The shotgun part's kind of wasted. Do I have anything in my bank that would help me with this? We can put away that cannonballer, because that did fucking nothing. Let me unequip that. We'll go back over to that. Put away the auto magic. Queen's Cry, I'll revisit later. Cannonballer wasn't it. Put that away.
My foes are here.
Alright, what do I have stored ring-wise? Looking for one with gun damage. Feel like I could use a little bit more of that. It's chaotic. Action skill cooldown down effects increased by 50%. That's really good. SMG reload speed's not ideal, but that might be a winner. Found liquid cooling without a huge sight on it. I've seen others with one, but I've not personally found one that fits the bill. Yeah, can't say that I have mana. I've seen a Berserker class enchant, never seen one, I want to know what it is. Yeah, I've seen some. There's one that increases your damage after using Dreadwind against bosses, I believe is how it works. There's one for increase melee damage and fire rate after Feral Surge, I believe it is. But those are the only ones I've seen. Got a ×2 with Iron Sights. Nice reactor. On keyboard mouse, the ADS for big scopes is so bad. Yeah, I find myself hip firing quite a bit. Quite a bit. Either just got a Salmon of Mirth as a world drop, or the normal size skeleton has a weird loot pool. Could be either, really. That Slammin' Salmon? Yeah. Be nice to watch and learn more. I gotta get to work as usual. I appreciate you stopping by, John. It's good to see you. One increase after Feral Surge. I believe it was fire rate and melee damage. I think I saved that somewhere in my bank, but the icon problem kind of makes it hard to find those. A bunch of my bank slots are things with enchants that I wanted to look at later. Let me see if I can find it. This is the enchant I talked about earlier. After getting a melee kill, refresh one spell charge. If you could get that consistently, like, that sounds really, really good. Like, it's not a chance to get a spell charge, it's get a melee kill, get a spell charge. Like, holy shit. That could be really, really good. Imagine the things you could do with that, chat. Imagine the things you could do. Just, ugh. That one gets my Theory Crafter juices going. But I've only ever seen it on the one item, so... yeah, a bit awkward. This is one I want to mess around with. The From the Shadows one? Yeah. Tried the headcanon? I've not. Please tell me there's no fish spell. There's no fish spell that I'm aware of yet, but there's several other fish-related things. Several others. I'm just scrolling through. Here's one. While Dreadwind is active, gain damage dealt and move speed per second. Move speed lasts for 10 seconds after Dreadwind ends. So that's a Dreadwind enchant. So more damage and more speed while spinning to win. It's not bad. And you keep the move speed after Dreadwind's over. I wish you kept the damage, though.
I'd give it all for a little more.
Okay, back to rings. I'll take that. It might be what I'm after. Hey, Walnut. How are you today? So we'll keep this for now, because that spell crit chance could be really good, honestly. Like this ring, look at this. Ward's full, effects increase 100%. It's chaotic, spell damage, spell crit chance, action skill cooldown. Like, that's a good fucking ring. But in this build, I'll never have my my ward full. Won't ever be a thing. My action skill will usually be on cooldown, though. Let's respec. If you cap your ward, is it ever considered as full? If you reserve capacity of your ward, then no, it's never full. There's only one known Ghostblade enchant so far, and it's the Meta one. Unfortunate. Let's got Berserker. I want to justify Dire Sacrifice, but I don't know if I can right now. So, another interesting use of Dreadwind, I don't know if you guys have messed around with. You guys know how a popular use of Clawbringer's Hammer Throw is that you can just kind of spam action skill trigger effects if you retract it immediately? You can do that with Dreadwind as well. And it's pretty good at doing that. We might mess with, showcase that a little bit. Okay, Faithful Thralls, of course. Essence Drain, Sanguine Sacrament. More Essence Drain? Or do I take Dark Pact? More Essence Drain. Dark Hydra, Stain of the Soul, Ascension. Punishment I'm undecided on, because it's chance-based or chance-based. I could just have more spell cooldown instead, or more Stain of the Soul. I think I'm gonna go with more Stain of the Soul. Go Lord of Edges, 4 Blast Gas, take Morum's Blessing. Now we take Icebreaker, the old ways. 1 Blood Frenzy, 1 on Armored Defense. Do I want any Savagery? Maybe I want some Savagery. Because that would affect Dreadwind's damage, but Dreadwind's not going to do great damage anyway. Take the old ways, Relentless Rage. Now it's between Cold Snap, Ancient Fury. I could cap out Stain of the Soul. We know if they'll add a Twitch extension. They've not confirmed or denied anything in that department, Severius. I'm hopeful that they do that eventually. Do you think Oath of Fire is a good skill? I think it's okay. Actually, I haven't decided which skills to take. Miss those days? Yeah. Lots of pros and cons, and I enjoy that. It's much more thoughtful. I'm thinking I put these 2 points into Cold Snap, because Frost Efficiency directly increases the amount of damage I get out of Icebreaker. So let's go that way. Max crit chance, max crit damage. I'm tempted to go spell cooldown for the rest of this. So let's do that. Okay. I think we're set to go back and do another one.
We'll see.
See how this plays out. You know, oh, I read that already. Oopsie. Brain fried. Different people focusing on different things and trying to compile the resources, yes. And lots of people been doing a great job. The resources channel in the Discord is a work in progress. It'll come along. Ooh, that DPS. That's some good DPS. Holy shit. ×2 liquid cooling's built different. That's really good damage. Chat, this feels real nice. I don't know how I feel entirely about Dreadwind here, but the uptime on the enchants might be worth it. We got green. I'm holding off on these bosses today. I love how canceling Dreadwind just makes it look like you're aggressively bumping into people. We're gonna avoid butt stallion rooms somewhat because I want a good representation of what the build does outside, like just out of the box, you know. You spare cooling fluid, liquid cooling. I might upload the save of this into the Discord later today. We'll see. Join the Discord. We have a saves channel. We also have a community saves channel. So there will be one of my saves, so those don't get buried. But there's also one of helpful saves from people in the theory crafting and testing community, people who just want to share cool builds they made, all that stuff. So you can always join the Discord for that stuff. Playing on Xbox. It's likely that because of full crossplay, we'll see more events of people distributing high-demand gear in the community. It's something that did happen eventually in Borderlands 3, where people on PC would go through the measures necessary to distribute to Xbox players as community events. It's likely we'll see that before too long, so just have a little bit of patience there, and I'm sure someone will get around to it. Pasta from Rillo. See, chess hasn't been updated in almost 200 years. It's obvious the devs have abandoned it. The greedy creators took your money and laughed all the way to the bank. Remember back in 705 AD when chess was fun. They started adding stupid features no one wanted, like castling and en passant, instead of listening to player feedback and fixing game-breaking bugs. Been complaining for years about the collision detecting glitch with the horsey. The clipping through pieces bug has been abused to death and lazy devs refuse to fix it. Don't support this awful behavior and boycott this company. What I meant to say was hi. Hi! That was beautiful, and I'm putting it in the dock immediately. What does Dreadwind activate? Currently, for me, it activates this enchant here. 20% damage dealt for 20 seconds. So, every time I use Dreadwind, it's that. Also, it's how I'm getting my Enrage. Wow, the damage is crazy. After this run, I'm gonna have to save quit and do another one just to make sure we didn't get any of those pesky bugs where things aren't applying. Let's see, is my loot luck applying right now? That's sometimes a good indicator. Now, my loot luck isn't applying, so there's a chance the enemy health values aren't correct. Have to test. Have to test. Heard you get the enchantments from all your guns, not just the one in your hand. Is that true, or did I mishear something? That would be big if that was true. I've not tested that. That would be very, very crazy. People have said that about Borderlands 3, and it didn't work that way in that game, so I would assume no, but thanks for testing. Kevin, what are you doing? This cat is being extra cat, chat. On game, you can do it. I was gonna restart this a while ago, but I didn't. Cats being extra cat to make it a tiger? Yes. Huh. I learned something there. If you go down in Dreadwind, you get control back faster than you do for ending Dreadwind. That's useful info. Strategical down. Have a favorite class yet, or too hard to decide? Spore Warden's probably my favorite, although you've seen me play a lot of Berserker. Or I should say, I've been playing a lot of Berserker. Across my endgame experience, almost all of it has been Berserker's been involved somehow. So I probably play Berserker the most. But Spore Warden is my favorite so far. Game bug, quest log vanished. Did it happen to anyone else here? If you can tell me fix it or not, completely closing games and fix it. Huh, I've not had that issue, Reckless Monster. Would you pair a Spore Warden? I paired Berserker with Spore Warden. I think my damage is correct, chat, because the Dragon Lord doesn't... The Dragon Lord statue doesn't really suffer from that, that bug, in my experience. Wait, I just had another silly idea. So that that Dreadwind enchant is damage dealt, like, the longer you spin. What if you applied dots and then started spinning? Use it to increase dot damage? Let's go. Stabomancer gives you damage the faster you move. The enchant also increases your movement speed. Stabomancer, Berserker, status effect Dreadwind build? Question mark? Best gun build classes? Spore Warden Spell Shot. Okay. Anyway. Let's try an elite room. Interesting. Think that wasn't supposed to happen? I think. It can be hard to tell. Chat, don't let me forget to restart my game after this run, okay? Ooh, it's a Chaotic Harbinger. I didn't catch the rolls on that. We'll look after. Let's try and set a Dreadwind. I'm gonna try Reaper of Bones. Curious. I haven't tried it yet today.
Ready to bring the arcane pace?
This thing does chug ammo as time to though. That's something I'm noticing. Probably want to grab more SDUs. I've slacked on the SDUs on this character. Ugh. I don't like these modifiers. Fuck it. Dot build sounds interesting. Want to mess around with companion dots and grave stab at some point so we can make that work? Cool. Fan sound effects too good, it's great.
Well, look what's rolled up, Jacob. Time to reap.
Okay, Reaper of Bones. I see you. I don't get to keep you for long because LOL enemy damage. What? I see you. Also LOL water. Stop hiding! Alright, I'll take the W there. What trees are you running? I'm Berserker Graveborn at the moment. Berserker Graveborn. It's on balance or intense. This is on intense. As it says in my title. I'm playing on intense.
Quite the collection.
What damage? Holy fuck. Like, the damage during Reaper of Bones is really good. It's just not at all sustainable. Not even a little bit. I think if you're gonna do a Reaper of Bones build, you want Berserker Capstone. Even though it doesn't affect it while it's active, it affects it while it's on cooldown. And that's like the big thing. I'll keep using it for a bit though. I got blue. Just say it's W. That's good except for the poison damage. I mean, it is poison on Spore Warden. There could be a use for that. Oh, is there an ammo capacity buff somewhere? 'Cause please. No? Sad. Drill again? Motherfucker. So, we got walled on drill before with this build, and we've been trying to gear up to get around drill specifically. He's kind of the reason we're testing so many builds right now. So, that's an awkward situation to be in. We'll see what we can do. I'm not optimistic, though.
Let this downright spur be in there. Now that's more like
Oh, I'm out of ammo. What? Oh,
I'll be back.
okay.
I can get used to this.
Glacial Cascade isn't ideal against most bosses either, which is a shame. This might be one of those builds where I just have to accept that I'm going to use a Buffmeister bossing. I don't like that.
I feel powerful.
Dreadwind build on drill? That sounds like a great way to die. Ice Spike instead? Maybe Ice Spike. Ice Spike's a pretty good single target. Yeah, single target, not it on this. And you can see the Reaper of Bones uptime is, scarce. We'll call it scarce. I still do want to test out, see how the new gun at least does in the other phases. Though I do expect to get walled by phase 2. Hey Theo yells. Also Brr-Reaver build, do potato damage, should I be concentrating on? Field companion build's a bit underwhelming. So I would say that Brr-Reaver is really good at mobbing, but bossing is something I'm still trying to figure out. So if you're noticing your damage is a little lackluster while bossing, that's normal. That's normal, because I'm feeling that way at the moment as well. So it's something that we're gonna have to take time to figure out. I will say that something I'm testing out at the moment is Reaper of Bones for the action skill for bossing. Seems to be quite good. And the Skeep helps maintain it very well. Yeah, Reaper of Bones feels good here. We might have solved the problem, chat. I think Reaper of Bones is 100% the play. Feels fucking good, man. That was a big success. We were able to do a huge chunk of sustained damage there. I think these things go away.
Well, that's settled, isn't it? A healing potion.
You show build after kill? Absolutely. Absolutely. Where's Buffmeister drop cap? Sorry. I do not know the drop source, but I know that I get most of my loot from target farming the bunnies at the end of the Chaos Chamber. Trying to think what would be best for a pure spin and win build. I had an idea a few minutes ago, Drafrican Cat, about pairing it with Stabomancer. That could maybe be a good time. So earlier in the stream, we were trying out some Brr-Reaver stuff against Drill, and we got walled in Phase 2. We couldn't out-damage the shields, which is a good sign that your build needs to be reworked. So we went and did a couple other runs, and we came back, and now we're able to do this. Which is, that feels pretty good. Oh, fire hot, fire hot. Thanks, Skeep. This Skeep is my best friend, chat. I love the sacrificial Skeep. It's everything to me.
I've got all the magic I need. Oh, I'm playing to try.
Let's go. What does Sacrificial Skeep do to aggro relief? So, it heals you. It'll just fly around doing healing pulses, like the healing barrels, just for like a while. See? It's just doing that. It just keeps doing this. And you can also kill it to trigger any on-kill effects you have, such as you can kill it with Feral Surge to reset the cooldown of Feral Surge. You can kill it to get a death save. You can kill it to trigger Body Rune. Skeep is just a really, really good amulet. I see your build, Noda? Absolutely. So, the main weapons we used there, we had a ×2 Chaotic Liquid Cooling with on spellcast increased frost damage by 30% for 5 seconds. We have a non-chaotic or anything, ×4 Dahlia SMG, full auto, 71 base damage, with the same enchant. We didn't use either of the other guns. We got a Frying Pan with spellcast increased damage dealt by 15% for 10 seconds. The Frying Pan itself really did nothing for that. It's just there because it has the enchant. It doesn't even have a hilt mod I really want for this. We've got a Chaotic Focus Mood Ring of the Rapid Skunk with gun damage while ward is not full, effects are increased 100%. Now, because I took Unarmored Defense in my Berserker tree, my ward is never full. So I always have the double on this, which is mostly just for the gun damage. But pistol mag size is, maybe helpful for other pistols. Pretty much just using it for the gun damage here, though. The melee crit's irrelevant to me as well. Then I've got this purple ring that rolled gun damage, spell crit, and dark magic efficiency. The rings, both of them could improve for this build a lot. I've got a Body Rune with on spellcast increase elemental damage by 20% for 5 seconds. Body Rune is probably my favorite ward in the game right now. That fire bonus element is very nice. It also gives you good survivability as long as you can keep killing. And it's very nice. This will also help your teammates out if you're in a co-op game. What's included in effects on your ring? I want to say it's the thing at the top. The stuff at the bottom would have to be tested, but I want to say it's the gun damage. That's going to require testing though, so call me 60% sure about that. Then for my armor, I've got a Calamity. Increase fire damage by 10% for each unique enemy hit for a brief period. This effect stacks up to 10 times. Now, that's not my first choice for what I would want on my armor red text, but the main reason I'm using this is because it rolls points in Blast Gasp. That's the Greyborn skill on the right, which is incredibly good for spell damage output. The other skill it rolls is max HP and area damage, which can be useful. So I'm pretty much using this because it has good stats. I'm not using this for the effect. So look for any any armor that has Berserker power, Graveborn power. I'd honestly prefer them in the other order. But this one has gun damage, move speed, and ability damage, so it's just a bunch of stuff that I like. Then the Skeep. The Skeep is definitely the best item I have equipped right now, other than this liquid cooling. Frost damage, Graveborn power, Ashes skill cooldown, damage dealt is what I have. But the effect of the Sacrificial Skeep is utterly incredible. Like, seriously, this is probably the best amulet in the game. I'm gonna say Skeep is the best amulet in the game, chat. I'm calling it here. It just lets you revive so much easier when there's no targets. It heals you very consistently, especially if you're doing Graveborn stuff with Reaper of Bones. It just keeps your action skill going longer. It's incredibly good. Oh, I thought you were in stream today. Would have been here earlier. I was doing some errands earlier, Carter, but it's good to see you. And then we got Glacial Cascade. This is just one of my favorite spells. Lucked out and have a chaotic one here, so that's pretty nice. There's not a lot of direct damage dealing legendary spells that people like. I'd say this is one that you could immediately start using and be convinced that legendary spells are better than they're being given credit for. Of course, there's the standout ones. There's Buffmeister that people are just gonna always use, and then they kind of look down at the other ones. There are non-unique spells that kind of fill the same role as this. For example, Quaking Sunders are very, very good and effectively function the same way as Glacial Cascade over a wider area. But look at the cooldown. The damage is lower, the cooldown is longer, and the crit chance is lower. So if I was to get a Quaking Sunder with, let's say, an extra charge and a cooldown part, then that would be comparable to Glacial Cascade. But until that happens, I'm going to stick with Glacial Cascade. Hey, John Boy, how's it going? Good to see you. Skill tree-wise, I'm running Graveborn Berserker. In mobbing, I was running Dreadwind for a good action skill start enchant uptime. But we switched to Reaper of Bones for bossing, and it was really, really good. So I might just run Reaper of Bones full-time. Skill tree-wise, we could probably stand to change some of this. I have to think about it a bit, but... yeah, currently, 4 Essence Drain, 3 Faithful Thralls, 3 Sanguine Sacrament, 4 Stain of the Soul, 3 Dark Hydra, 3 Ascension, 1 Lord of Edges. If you're using Reaper of Bones, you want Lord of Edges. Non-negotiable. This is, like, the most important skill. Because that's so much damage. For 1 skill point, crazy value. Blast Gasp is really good for spells. If you're not using spells for damage the way I am, you can avoid points in that, and then you could go back and take, say, more points in Dark Pact to improve Reaper of Bones directly. But then Morim's Blessing is what allows you to... you can trigger Blood Frenzy every time you cast a spell. You can trigger Ascension without having to kill things. You can keep Dark Hydras up without having to kill things. It's very effective. Then over in Berserker, we just mostly took damage. Ancestral Frost for damage, Old Ways for damage, Icebreaker for damage, Cold Snap to enhance the effectiveness of Icebreaker, Unarmored Defense for more health, and also to keep our ward lower in the event that we want to use other effects like that. So let's say we're using Cursed Wit, where you want it to break. Unarmored Defense helps it break more often. Blood Frenzy is great for keeping your Enrage active, and also it's just a nice modest health return. Ancient Fury we're getting from our class mod, and we took Relentless Rage for easier save your soul experience. Also, it enrages you every time you get a second wind, or a death save, I should say, which helps with your enrage uptime. That's what I got. Fountain Deathless gives a point to Lord of Edges, so much damage and damage reduction. Yeah, definitely. Skeep. See, it just heals you. And once again, you can kill the Skeep before it ends to get all the benefits you would get from killing something. That was a really solid run. Reaper of Bones feeling like the play, chat. Fun fact, the takeaway health skill does work with the Deathless. Yeah, it does. Just the damage is going to be a Crossblade. Ooh, a chaotic skeep.
I do love
Status effect chance and damage. Poison damage, not great, but still, that's a chaotic skeep. Can I do anything with this? Why is it poison damage? Ugh. Hey, Killer, how you doing? Skeep hit also second wind you? It can, yeah, Skeep does a lot. Yeah, what do we need most for this setup right now to improve it? We're pretty good on this. That can stay favorited, that can stay favorited. That for now. I suppose we could get a better melee weapon for this. Better ring as well, although that'll be really tough getting the passes we want there. I still want a better armor, but I'll settle for that one for a while. Let's go for melee weapons, chat. Once you try the Stab Poison Dreadwind build, you think a crappy wizard? That sounds like a good time. What do you think for tomorrow's stream we start a playthrough, like a Sabo playthrough, and we try to do the dot stuff? I think that sounds like a good time to me. He said the build isn't ready, it was a great temp build breakdown to clip. Yeah, I'll put a stream marker. I will put a stream marker. Cryo Pincushion. Rampage, though. Don't love Rampage. I would want Echo or Ancient, I think, for this. Probably Echo, yeah. Echo is going to be something I really want. Ideally, I want a... Oh, Chaotic Salmon with Warrior. Let's take it because it's chaotic.
Good thing I finally learned how to read.
Not a rolls on armor's just been rough. Yeah, we'll learn how armor works a little bit better over time, so it'll be easier to advise people on what to go for on their armor. Because certain skills are tied to certain multi-class combinations, and that's a big thing to... Ooh, hey, a Berserker enchant. Gain plus 50% damage when using Feral Surge or Dreadwind against bosses and badasses. So I have so many questions about this. Plus 50% damage for how long? I have so many questions. We're taking that, but I'm gonna have to science that. So we're gonna keep going. Yeah, Viper, that's a useful resource, and shout out to Asa for doing that. But there's still stuff in that department that needs to be broken down. Like, which things can double roll, for example. Forever it follows you into different save files too. Like, I can't be certain you're trolling or not, Carter. We're still early in this game's theory crafting lifetime. Sad thing about Brr-Reaver is that Reaper doesn't have a duration, so the enrage timer doesn't drop while and skill duration doesn't work. Really a crappy wizard. Okay, that's good info to have. Here, let's look at that right now. Okay, so the enrage is there.
Now do my bidding.
Yep, sure enough. Okay, so that means enrage duration is gonna be a lot more valuable. See, look at the Skeep fighting Reaper of Bones. What a Chad.
Heartbeat's back. Good.
Reminder to restart game. Thank you. Because the armor which gives a 3-second fire dot, worth it. We'll go in for speed. So the thing with that is it's very likely to kill you. Like, it's very hard to use that thing without just straight up dying. There's already so much outgoing damage in this game, and like, if you ever step in water with that thing, you're dead. If you use that armor as a berserker, it also cryos you, because your enrage bonus element gets applied to the damage source that is applying the fire dot to you. So you're applying both a fire and a cryo dot to yourself with that armor if you're a berserker. I imagine if you use it with Reaper of Bones active, it will also apply a dark magic status effect to you. So like, Chaos Water, yeah, Chad, Chaos Water. Yeah, everyone saw that, Killer. Hope they fix that, but Grave Capstone plus Blood Frenzy might give you enough rage duration. Yeah. Probably gonna want to shift points from Cold Snap to Blood Frenzy, which is sad. It makes me sad. I mean, we could give up points in the old ways, but I'm pretty sure the old ways is just like a fresh mult, and it's damage reduction as well. It's a tough thing to figure out. We could give up unarmored defense because we're not using Dire Sacrifice. But having that health buffer does let us keep Reaper Bones active while we're taking damage longer. What's hero stats look like? Max strength, max dex, rest put into intelligence is what I did for this. Village Idiot background. Where's the elemental projector? There's a shield that kind of does that. Or a ward, I should say. Alright, let's respec. Just the skills. Our hero points are in good shape. Okay, I was thinking of using it on Mist Dancer, so no extra dot. How does Elusive work? Just a chance to not take the damage. Simple as that. It's probably set up to be on projectiles, worst case. So think of it as like an absorb proc. Is having a bladed weapon to add melee damage, or is it overridden by your melee weapon? I believe it just gives melee damage the same way melee damage on your other slots gives. That's how it's worked in Borderlands games. It's just the same bonus, unless there's a weapon that specifically has a blade that does something different. So it should just be a bonus that also applies to that. Anyone know if the servers are down again? I have no idea. Could be. There's been a lot of stress put on the system. There's been a lot of people playing the game, which is a really good sign. Remember, we have so many concurrent players right now, and there's also full cross-platform, so there's a lot of stress on shift servers. Bear with the kinks for a bit, would be my advice. So do we want Savagery? It's only really going to help the beginning stuff out. Unyielding could help mitigate some of the drain from Reaper of Bones, but it's such low value. What do you guys think about Unyielding? 1% missing health per point? It sounds weak, doesn't it? Like, that sounds really weak. Meh, yeah. Like, that's kind of trash. Because, like, you compare Unyielding, 1% missing health, and then you've got Sanguine Sacrament, which is just casually 5% max health per second. Yeah, I'm thinking Ancestral Frost, just because that and also our main damage sources. Three Icebreaker, 2 the old ways. We want at least 1 Blood Frenzy. We could go max Blood Frenzy to get 3 seconds of Enrage back every time we cast and every time we kill. Also, that'd be 9% max health every time. That could be pretty good. Took a main story, then never again. Yeah. What the fuck is saying with the value is Blood Frenzy is a harder requirement, lower value. I fully expect them to tune those so like the power shifts so that Unyielding ends up being stronger than Sanguine. Because Sanguine Sacrament being that good is crazy to me. Like, it's actually nuts. Like, look at this. 30% health regen, and it only takes 2 seconds every time you cast a spell. That's so much. It's so much. And look at Glacial Cascade's cooldown being 10.8 seconds base. It's so much. Graveborn's the first class I think is going to get some number nerfs. I expect Graveborn and Spellshot to both get the hammer. Yeah. Alright, but let's continue down this way. Dark Pact is going to boost our Reaper of Bones bonus element. But Essence Drain for Sanguine Sacrament and Blood Frenzy triggering is more important, I think. Dread Covenant is an unfortunate anti-synergy with Reaper of Bones. I wouldn't ever take those together. We want Dark Hydra for Faithful Thralls, though. Guess we take Stain of the Soul now. I need to test Stain of the Soul. CZ said something might be regretty with that. Like, there's a chance it applies to everything except spells. Gonna have to look into that. We definitely want Ascension. Can wait for the Clawbringer boss to make the Wyvern into raid boss. The Wyvern's already strong reactor. It's just everything else about the class, other than the Wyvern and the Dragon Aura, is kinda dog water. Prevents the spell's damage from critting. Why? Thank you for testing, but why? Gearbox? Like, only the dark magic number will be boosted? Why? No, that's the wrong skill. I'm a respecking addict. Okay, I guess we go Dark Pact instead of that, then. Ooh. Dark Hydra, Essence Drain, Dark Pact. Yeah. Because we'll still get the Dark Magic element on our spells if we do it during Reaper of Bones. So, that's fine. Volatile drops are rough. Yeah, 1.41%. What's your favorite AR and why is it Mistral of the Gull? I haven't used ARs much, Charlie, to be perfectly honest. This is really a pistol SMG game once again. But you know, we'll see. We'll see. More Dark Pact? Yeah, I guess more Dark Pact. We could take Mortal Vessel. The leech efficiency would be good. But then again, Reaper of Bones already gives leech efficiency, so I really should just take more Dark Pact. Lord of Edges. I'm gonna max Dark Pact and only take some Blast Gas. This should still be fine. Mistral Legal's Bay. I haven't used it. The Swift Death have a cap, and how much more damage will I get with around 100% move speed? So, if it works the same way Violent Momentum did in Borderlands 3, it does have a cap. And we'll have to figure out precisely how much it gives per movement speed. That was not something we were able to test very effectively in the early build. That's something that's going to get easier to test with more eyes on it and such. More controlled testing methods. Launchers in this game don't seem all that good. I need to test out Torg launchers. Because launch Borderlands 3 Torg sticky launchers were some of the most powerful bossing things you could do. Even without significant sources of like recovering your ammo, it was still just very, very good. So, we'll see. Alright, Ancestral Frost. Icebreaker. The Old Ways. We'll max Blood Frenzy. Unarmored Defense, I should. So, 5 points left. I could take Relentless Rage, Unarmored Defense, 1 Cold Snap or the Old Ways. I'll take Unarmored Defense. Cold Snap's going to increase the efficiency of Icebreaker, so we'll take that. Relentless Rage. We could max out Cold Snap or get close to max in the Old Ways. I'm thinking Old Ways. Alright, let's test this out. Let's test this setup out. That fish is chaotic. It's just worse than the frying pan stat-wise, though. That's so interesting. It's just worse. And the thing with the fish status effect, this is something we gotta test, because, like, stacking single element status effects is not something we've had since Borderlands 1. And that could be pretty crazy. When I finally get to level my Mist Dancer, I'm gonna go test. Thank you for testing. Torque Sticky Shotguns carry me through Dragonlord at 27. That's what I've heard, That's what I've heard. So we'll have to see how that ends up working out. And yeah, what Viper said about volatile drops, they'll be more common when higher chaos levels get added, but it's not like you're meant to have volatile gear right now. Right, like, I imagine once they add whatever tiers after 20 they're going to do, that the chances of chaotics are going to go way up in those further tiers, and volatile will probably go slightly up. Hey Brexton, what are challenge buffs and how do I get them? Challenge buffs. I'm not sure what you mean by challenge buffs. Not sure what that entails. Alright, let's check the bank for, I want a melee weapon with spellcast and increased damage dealt. Also, my cat totally moved my curtain, so now it's super bright. Don't mind the lighting change. Move speed from peg-leg sounds fun, but I'd really want something with echo. Like, this frying pan has echo, but it's only level 31. Need a level 40 melee weapon with echo. Caustic is nice. Where's a 40 with echo? After getting a melee kill, refresh one spell charge still sounds really fun. Oh, the all dice, all shrines, all pillars. Yeah. Get all the collectibles, and you'll receive a buff for each one. For example, all obelisks grants you a constitution buff. So, very useful stuff to have under your belt. You need to try out the Afterburner. That could be really fun if you can build around filling it and emptying it very quickly. Okay, so let me restart my game. For performance purposes. Real quick. If the salmon actually stacks like I hope it does, exploit their weaknesses and salmon's a strong synergy. Exploit weaknesses implies different elements, but like what if it... that's a good thought, Dominic. That's a good thought. What is this cryo SMG everyone's talking about? So, pretty much if you get a ×4 SMG of either the Hyperius or the Dahlia variety, it just kind of shreds. It does more damage than most things. But I try to stay away from using that until I run out of ammo. I really like the liquid cooling pistol. It's a Skulldugger pistol. It can roll ×1 or ×2. And its special effect is that when you crit, you get heat back. So it still consumes ammo, but you can maintain sustained fire very easily with it. And it's got just really good DPS as well. Very, very reliable gun. Highly recommend the liquid cooling. And it is in the world drop pool, so you can get it from the from random enemies, or you can get it from the loot bunnies. Just hit my cord. Also enjoyed the Livewire. Livewire is definitely a good one to have on you if you ever need to deal with a powerful ward. Okay, game is relaunching. While we're here, while we're waiting to get back in, come on. My camera frozen. There we go. While we're waiting to get back in, if you haven't entered the giveaway, I am giving away several full game codes of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, thanks to 2K. If you do !point giveaway, it'll show you the tweet. All you need to do to join the giveaway is to follow me on Twitter and respond to that tweet with a mushroom-related joke of your choice and the platform that you would like to enter for. I have at least one code for each platform. So let me know. Oh, side note, I should mention, if you're entering for PlayStation, you do need to be North American based. So PlayStation has to be North America. Is liquid cooling better single pellet or double pellet using quiver holding skill from Spore Warden? So ammo regen goes off of the shots to break. And there's this unfortunate bug where we have no idea the shots to break of most Skulldugger guns because they all show as 2. It's a visual bug. It's not 2 shots to break, it just shows 2 shots to break. So I have no idea how efficient ammo regen is with this gun. No idea. Joke of chat's choice. Not chat's choice, Twitter's choice. Boom. It's a Twitter giveaway. Oh, hang on, what's that? Gain plus 30% melee damage against bosses and badasses. Oh, that's cool. I think I have seen that one, but I forgot about it. 10% melee damage for a short duration after each consecutive melee attack. That could be really good with, like, a pickaxe. Okay, let me see if my loot luck is not applying right now, so we'll have to change the chaos level and then change it back. So this is a nice little trick. If your loot luck is not applying when you load in, change your chaos level, and your loot luck will apply. See, it was at 5.6k, now I'm at 12k. Any good legendary spells outside of Buffmeister? Yes, I'm using the Glacial Cascade. I'm a big fan of this spell. Very good damage output, very fast cooldown, 10.8 second cooldown. And it's really good damage.
You behave yourself this time, alright?
Taking to the crossbow, black powder assault rifles. Anyone know if there's a Lego version of the game? There is one. Maybe 2. I know there's definitely 1. For chance you can just spam the Arcane Bolt. Yeah, Arcane Bolt is really good for keeping uptime on enchants as well. The damage. The deeps. Reaper of Bones active for the entire room. This bodes well. This bodes very well. I like it. Which more of those had more than 1 charge? I think that's the biggest thing holding back some of the Lego spells. Yeah, definitely. If a lot of them had just... If they made all legendary spells have 2 charges base, except Buffmeister, fuck Buffmeister, I think that would be a good starting point. I don't think the situation is as bleak with legendary spells as some others do. It's just a difference of opinion. But I do think there's a lot of them that could use individual love. And a good sweeping buff that wouldn't compromise the integrity of the system as a whole would just be the charges. Buffmeister can get 2 charges. Yeah, I have one of those, and it's yeah. Let me up. There we go. Killed raid boss yet? Yes. On stream today? No. But yes, I have killed all the raid bosses except for the, like, ultimate one. I left that one for stream content, for when I eventually feel like tackling that. But I want to put together a really solid build before I go there. But have I killed all the other ones? Yes. How do you like the regular sigil spells? I enjoyed the 20% damage, 8% healing one leveling up, and like the one spawns Hydra turrets. The healing one is extremely useful, and I think that's very underrated. I've not really messed much with the other ones. The Hydra's ones, the duration is kind of low for my liking, but I'm sure you could really work it into like a very big burst of damage. This is why I want Echo. Because close range encounters like that are going to build up a lot of damage into it very, very quickly. Thanks, Skeet. Skeep is goated. What's the ultimate raid boss? One that requires you to fulfill the conditions for all of the other ones in a single run. I will not be spoiling what it is, the game's still pretty new. But, yes. Do all the colors at once. Hydra ones are pretty good with the Spellshot Greyborn companion build. What isn't at this point, though, Carter? That's the thing. Spellshot Greyborn is good? Wow, surprising. I like the Buffmeister's concept, but I hate the exploit. I actually like to run it on aforementioned Mistancer, mainly because I don't know, spell would be better exposed from inflammation or any suggestions. So, the thing with Buffmeister that once they fix the bug, it's going to be exposed, is Buffmeister, even without the bug, is still better than most spells for most builds. It's still problematic. It's just not, you know, 55 times damage. It's still several times your damage with very little effort and very little competition. So in a build that can run a damage spell like this and wants to trigger spells very often for healing and other purposes, absolutely Glacial Cascade and other spells are going to be better than Buffmeister. Buffmeister for this build would be like a bossing thing. But I still think Buffmeister is overpowered. Because, for example, gun builds that aren't going to have much spell cooldown or much incentive to activate spells often, they have no reason not to use Buffmeister. So, like, in my opinion, that presents a problem. If you have no reason not to use a thing, that thing should have some sort of scaling back. So I'm ridiculously tanky, what the hell? This is kind of cracked, this survivability, chat. How does the yellow one work? It messes with your vision. Ooh, look at this. Gun damage, spell crit chance, spell crit damage, war does not full, effects increase 100%. Huh. Yes. I will take that. Direct upgrade. Hang on. There we go. Spellshot just Salvador with spells? Yes. Literally. Literally. You get an extra 200 flat damage increase, but I take it also gets all damage buffs. You quote-unquote double dip with Buffmeister. Yes. Yes. Yes, you do. Buffmeister is functionally... So you guys remember how busted AMP in BL2 was? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Cat, for moving blackout curtains. You remember how busted AMP was in BL2? It's that. It's that again. Except it's on more than just guns this time. In a game with a much more in-depth damage formula. That one is really trying, skills-wise. If it had more points than, what's that Spore Warden one in the middle? The ability damage debuff one, I'd take that, but it doesn't, so I will not. Let me close my curtains real quick. 1 second, chat. There we go. Hey, David. Doubt they'll fix the interaction with Buffmeisters and probably just remove the bonus damage thing on it, but then it doesn't do anything. See, that's the thing. I was pushing for Buffmeister to get looked at before release, and this is why. It's going to be such a huge conversation. Like, fun fact about this, chat. Buffmeister was the first legendary I got in this game. A month before release, in an early build of the game, I have footage of this, Buffmeister was the first legendary I got. And I've been living in fear ever since. I've been living in abject terror. And I was right. It's just one of those things that, mechanically, it does a thing that you cannot prevent from being busted. It just does that thing, and it does it too well. Also, OBS, calm down. You've been dropping frames for like 30 seconds continuously. Can I have my bitrate back, please? Like, I know it's not my connection. OBS just like to be like this. Oh well. Seen some people say just fix the bug, don't nerf it. Like, no, nerf the thing. Well, that's where individual philosophy on it varies. As a theory crafter, I know what to look for, and I know things that you cannot implement without problems. And that's not, you know, oh, I'm so smart. It's not. Just like, this is what I do. Some people are very talented modders. Some people are very talented speedrunners. Some people are very talented, just playthrough showmen. Like, they're really good at just making an entire construction of a character very entertaining. I make builds, and Buffmeister is a problem. Very talented shooter here. Yeah, Carter's built different with hitting shots. OBS, give me my frames! Oh well, you guys are gonna have to deal with like fucking 40 frame rate for a while, because OBS won't behave. It will not let my bitrate go anywhere near what I have it set to. I'll use Inflammation on my build then, give 6% extra damage due to exploit the weaknesses. Inflammation's fun. Inflammation is fun. A little late to the Wonderlands party, started Saturday, computer couldn't run it. So Friday morning, bought all the pieces to build a PC from various Best Buys all over the place, picked it all up, build new PC Friday, set up Windows Saturday. So I happen to have a new PC and been playing Wonderlands. Let's go, David. That's fucking sick. I wanna do that, like, build a new PC. But shit's expensive. Shit's expensive. I'll check enemies. Thanks, Skeep. Skeep is my best friend, chat.
Quite the near-death experience. Ready to bring the arcane pain?
Love Skeep. I'm just 14 years old. Oof. Expensive but worth it. Yeah, I've had the same machine for about 5 years now, and it's starting to show its age. Especially, you know, it's a work expense for me. Streaming is my income, so I really should just do it. Yeah, Reaper of Bones is definitely the action skill of choice for this setup. You know of anywhere I could find a max level Clawbringer save file? Don't want to build a character with a bunch of Legos, just want to skip the story. You can put in a request in the community save files channel in the Discord, in my Discord, ! Discord to join. Someone might be willing to share one. Found a Lego ward today that strike lightning enemies when I receive damage. It's a good time during the campaign. Ah, yeah, full battery. Full battery is great. Oh, there's my ammo. Can't wait to see what crazy builds you come up with over time. I'm very excited to try time. It's gonna be great. I'm only using this overpowered SMG because I ran out of ammo on my pistol. To buy SDUs. Is that times 4 purple or legendary one? It's times 4 purple. Isn't full battery also bug? Never tested it. Love the crafting side of Borderlands games? Absolutely, me too. That's what I've built my channel on. Is this Alyssa? Okay. We need to change the enchant on that. Oh, you resist that. Okay, it was a prank. You can have this instead.
That's a good start.
Using myth rank though? Low myth rank. I'm rank 130 and I'm avoiding the uncapped skills. Once I have all the skills that have caps max, I won't be investing more points. Because you can put a ton of points into myth rank to a point where it'll misrepresent your build.
This will really come with a sight.
You'd be like, hey, look how much damage this gun does. And like, no, that's not the gun, that's you having 200 points in mid-rank gun damage, you know?
I kill guys with a little help from my friends. Don't waste your breath. Back to the limit. I've got all the magic I need.
Why didn't they cap those increases? I feel like the idea was to give people something to spend points in after they've tapped the other ones, but like, there's better ways of doing that.
A whole lot angrier.
Could have made them defensive stats instead of offensive stats. Especially because defensive stats are easier to see when someone has... Like, if someone's running around with 25,000 HP, you're like, hang on, do you have a lot of myth rank?
This is downright spooky, isn't it? Oh!
And you know why I can't select past Chaos 8 right now? Do you have to be a higher level? You need to complete a Chaos trial on your highest available Chaos level. Chill out, bro.
Out of spell slots.
So you cannot unlock Chaos 9 until you complete a Chaos trial on Chaos 8.
Ah, yes. Ready to
I need to
go.
increase adds health or decrease boss so my little stops feeling smooth. I don't really agree. I like the boss design in this game, with the exception of Son of a Witch just like one-shotting you. With the exception of that, I like all the boss design in this game. I would want it to stay as is. Because this is different from Borderlands games in that you actually have to put thought in, you have to manage mechanics over time. Take Borderlands 2, for example, where nothing had mechanics. Not meaningful ones, anyway. Not ones that made you change what you're doing. And take Borderlands 3, where a lot of things had mechanics, but nothing had health.
You're looking for trouble? Found it.
So this is their first time doing both, where things have mechanics and things have health. There we go. You had mechanics and was hated for it? Yes, the few things with mechanics in Borderlands 2 were hated for having mechanics. Son of Witch are constantly spamming that ward regen Spectre. Yeah, that's just a really tough DPS check. Yeah, that's a double mag size roll. So mag size can double roll. I think I knew that already, but useful info. Hey Mozilla, hope I'm doing well. I'm doing okay, doing okay. I agree with the ads in the lead up always seem to have low health pools. That's so that they can second wind easily. That's so that if you go down, you don't have to stress out too hard about killing an enemy. It's like you know an enemy's there and you can just kill them. Semi-annoying question I never thought I'd find myself asking. Beat the campaign yesterday, level 32. How do you suggest leveling to 40, farm boss, side quests, etc.? So I'd say do overworld stuff until you run out, and then start doing side missions. You can reacquire quest rewards from vendors. That's a chaotic spirit rune. That's nice. I'd say do overworld stuff. It's very efficient in terms of it rewarding you for time spent. Also, you get the shrines in the overworld. There's dice in the overworld to get. Frying pan with echo. Yes, I wanted that. I wanted that. Good, 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 good. Let's make room. What can I drop? Yeah, I don't need that. Beautiful. Let's go SMGs. I have an enchant that does frost damage on a different weapon that affect the weapon I use if it's equipped in its secondary slot. If it follows the same rules as Borderlands 3, no. But I've seen it questioned enough that I'll test it at some point. Frying pan, yeah, it's a lot of fun, Evernoob. So the thing about the SMG bunny you want to keep an eye on is you're not looking for the legendaries. There's legendary SMGs that are okay, but you're looking for ×4 Hyperius or Dahlia SMGs. Because those are extremely high DPS. So there's a ×4 Furior here. It's not as good, but you could use it at a pinch. Just made a Spore Warden named Valis there. Nice. Ooh, an Extinction Calamity. I love Extinction Calamities. It's the kind that falls slow. What is shared across account? Like, is myth rank and dice? Dice are character specific. So myth rank is shared, but you have to be level 40 to unlock it for that character. Bank space is shared. Cosmetics are shared. Any recommendations of gear for Chaos 14 Son of a Witch? Can't get through the shield because of his wyvern. So the rough thing about that, Ocean News, is you're gonna have to kill the wyvern. You're just gonna have to kill it. Something I like to do is throw down some Hydras to keep chipping at it while I deal with the wyvern, so he doesn't gain too much back. But a good gun for everything is liquid cooling. Liquid cooling is your friend for all things. Liquid cooling. Got a ×2 volatile liquid cooling and only rolled melee annoyance on it the entire way. Big sad. Sorry, CZ. I got a ×2 chaotic, and I did have to copy my save and fetch it. But, yeah. Wasn't going to go through that again. Okay, that was productive. ×4 Fear with Pixie or nice for melee builds. Ooh, good to know. Good to know. Why did I think of that? Sorry, man. Does it reload for spell weaving stacks? Does which thing? Oh man, not like this. Sorry, CZ. I'm sorry, homie. So, this is a good time to end. I should troubleshoot my PC and figure out why I've been dropping frames continuously for 10 minutes. Always make a save copy? Yeah. I have volatile ×1, liquid cooling, is that better than normal ×2? ×2 is going to be higher DPS. However, ×1 is much more ammo efficient. So, depending on your needs, ×1 or ×2 could be better. So I'm going to call it here and do some, like, PC troubleshooting and stuff. I'll still be messing with builds and stuff throughout the day today. If you're not already, follow me on Twitter and check out the giveaway. That's going until Thursday. So, weapon scale with chaos level? No, Dynamo, they don't. I'm giving away several codes for Wonderlands thanks to 2K. So all you got to do to enter that is follow me on Twitter. Go to that giveaway tweet, comment on which platform you want, and also tell a mushroom-related joke. And if you guys help amplify the tweet, you like it, retweet it and stuff, that will enable me to maybe do more of these going forward. More giveaways and stuff. So let's find somewhere for us to raid. Who's live right now? I'm never live this time of day during the week, so I genuinely don't know who's available. D2H is on. Yeah, we never get to do that. Let's raid D2H. Raid message. Turn on mushroom in your bed and I squeeze in. You're a fun guy, I'll allow it. Let's see. Okay, copy that. Copy that for the raid message. We're gonna head over to D2H. He is also a member of the Wonderlands team. He's been playing a lot of Clawbringer, and he's having a good time with Wonderlands as well. Also, super nice guy. You'll enjoy the vibes. He's got a wonderful voice. He doesn't love to hear about it though, so don't tell him I said that. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for all the love and support. And yeah, I'm so excited about how this build crafting has been going. Brr-Reaver has been turning out really, really, really spicy. So we'll have to see where we can take it. And we'll probably start at some point this week that dot build, that Stabomancer dot build playthrough, and see what we can do with that. Anyway, I appreciate you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.
What? I think that's going to come in handy.
Host time!